that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
First Kings talk all day.
I didn't know that. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't know. I stay away. I stay away. I might accidentally subliminally start talking trash. I love this. Like in the chat, like Ramsey is just talking to himself. Like there's just like one. Oh, there's Manny's in here too. All right, in here talking about the Bulls or something.
Yeah, man, come on. Hey, no, for real though, Manny, you got some explaining to do. 2 times we asked y'all to help us out. Y'all get Vuvacek and all this Vuvacek
Wait a
and
minute.
all that. Hold
on. See, I'm too slow. I gotta look at this. Just slow as all hell. Vucevic. I'm gonna be audacity. It's gonna be me all day reading that damn legal ID.
Yeah, they
an Odyssey station.
Shout out to Odyssey. But yeah, Manny, we asked you guys for just a little bit of help, and you go 0 for 2.
Couldn't do it.
We'd be in the 8th seed right now if y'all would have handled business.
Oh, look at this. We're getting pro day. I guess we are going to have to talk about pro day. We were debating.
Oh, brother.
I guess we got to talk about pro day here. Goodness gracious. What's up, baby? What up? Yeah, let's go. It'll be a fun day. Ramona Shelburne's going to join us.
You guys bear with me real quick, if you can hear that.
Yeah, we gotta be careful. They're gonna boot us. We're gonna get a copyright infraction.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds here, Damien. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Boosters.
All right, let me try that again. Ready for no kid and bye-bye to a relationship. All right, that's all I needed.
T Green. Let's go. Oh man, we got radio to do. Casey over there playing songs for jazz or something. I don't know what's going on
I hope not. I hope I'm not playing this song for jazz.
No, it's probably a bad one. Man, what is going on with Twitch? Is taking forever. Twitch, do not show us no love.
And we love
There we are. Okay. Just nobody's watching on Twitch yet. Y'all got to set them alerts so you know. The alerts be letting you know. 1 minute.
1 minute. What they used to say in Miami is it 2 minutes to go. Dos minutos.
Yeah, that was a staple. And then you had Detroit.
Basketball.
Woo! Love that.
What would Sacramento's be? Do we have something?
Sacramento. I think that, right? That's it. I'm not. What's up, Miss Mac 10?
Miss Mac 10.
Oh, life.
Mac 10 is a lick. West Side is the click.
That's Sonia, right? Sonia?
Sometimes you really just vibing out.
And welcome in to the Tuesday, March 30th edition. It's D'Lo and KC, Damian Barlin, Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We are thrilled that you are here with us for the next 4 hours. We've got a busy day, as we always do. That's a lie. We don't have a busy day. We're just going to hang out and talk sports. We're going to talk Kings. We're going to talk 49ers. We're going to talk pro days. We're going to talk to Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. We're going to talk to Ramona about De'Aaron Fox.
Come on now.
She wrote about De'Aaron Fox last month and went ahead and threw it back out there over on Twitter after he won his second Western Conference Player of the Week just hours before the Sacramento Kings got their 5th straight victory.
Come on now.
This one a 132-115 win over the San Antonio Spurs. It's their longest win streak since November of 2018.
Ooh. That was the Joerger year.
First double-digit win in San Antonio since 2006.
Ooh. We doing work. We know what happened in 2006.
I was going to say.
We know what happened in 2006.
I was going to say. What's that mean? Second career double-double for Tyrese Haliburton. He had 10 assists. De'Aaron Fox played a facilitator. Those guys that they acquired during the trade deadline contributed quite nicely.
Yes, they did.
But here we go, man. The Kings get the win. We'll talk about all of that. We'll talk about anything that is on your mind at 916-349-1320. Of course, you can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We welcome those watching on the new Odyssey app.
Hey, let me get some air horns for Odyssey, baby. We out here.
We'll dive into what all of that is. Some of you may have noticed your radio. We gave radio.com the full Vince McMahon into the limo treatment. We just blew it up with no explanation whatsoever. Just Mr. McMahon slams the door and boom, radio.com explodes. But we're still available for you on demand there on that Odyssey app. It's just updated in the background for you, man. So we are thrilled that you are here with us. Let's talk about your Sacramento Kings. Let's talk about them getting the job done last night. There's a million places that we can start, but man, KC, you talk about a balanced, just a balanced level of production. You got it from Hello, buddy Hield.
Hey,
thanks for joining us, buddy. We appreciate it. Welcome.
Well, let me just say something real quick because if you logged on early, you saw me playing a song a little bit. Kind of messed around with some things, and I don't know. Do I have some? Do I have some confessions right now? When you mentioned Buddy Hield, do I have some confessions?
Do you? Okay. Got a shooter on the side. Go ahead.
I mean, having him around isn't the worst thing in the world. I'm not gonna lie to you.
God,
I'm not gonna lie to you. Now, look, hold on. Hold on. The issue is, and always has been, really, to be honest with you, has been the money. That's the issue.
It's a lot of money.
Damon, you've heard me say this before. I said if Buddy was making $10-11 million a year, I probably wouldn't go as hard, right? I said it's always the biggest thing has been the money. And that still may be the most important thing that kind of gets him out of town. But like we mentioned the other day, when we started to see Tyrese Haliburton in that starting lineup, it kind of eases the warts on Buddy's game a little bit. Like, it's like, okay, I don't need you. Like, if you're not defending, and this is the other thing we talked about where there's 2 bad defenders in there at a time, it's a problem. If there's only one, you can handle it. If Buddy's not the best defender, we can work with that. If he's not handling the ball and we're not asking him, we can work with that. We got another ball handler. Like, we're good. Tyrese in there, it eases it. It does ease the warts off of what we see from Buddy Hield's game. And because of that, you look at Buddy Hield and like, okay, he's shooting. He's doing his Buddy special. Steals the ball in the key, runs to the 3-point line.
Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my gosh.
I think he thinks that's funny now. I think he thinks that's his signature now. He really believes that.
And it's just so you win, the shot goes in, you win the game. It's no big deal. He's getting eviscerated today if he misses and or the Kings lose that game. But it's getting passed off, and I think Kyle said this on the call last night. It's Buddy being Buddy, or maybe it was Doug. One of them said it, and it's like, okay. So we're just riding with this, huh? We're riding with this because the team's. Hey, I'm thrilled the team's winning. I'm thrilled the shot went in. It's a Steph Curry-esque move, but
now the thing about the last night is he did it and they were up by 15 points. When he did it against Miami, they were down 2, I think. That would have. Now that's the crazy one. But see, here's the thing. This is where you cut off bad behavior. And I'm not disrespecting the guy, but it's like your children, right? Like you stop bad behavior even when it doesn't necessarily affect you. Mm-hmm. Like you got to be like, no, don't do that. I don't care if we're up 15. I don't care if you made it. Ain't no buddy being buddy. Don't do that. Mm-hmm. All right. But look, Damien, today ain't for that, man.
Okay. All right. Come on.
I'm just saying, maybe we can find a way to have him on this roster. Maybe we can find. I don't know.
I swear, it's a windy day outside. For those of you who live in Sacramento, I know we got people in Baltimore listening. I know we got people all over the place listening. It's windy today in Sacramento, and it's not just I don't know if that's what's changing the direction of Kenny's takes here on Buddy Hield, but it's you've swayed on some of your opinions before, but never on Buddy. You've never swayed on Buddy, but look at you.
I know.
Look at you.
He also only took 13 shots, and you can do that when you have Tyrese Haliburton.
Yeah.
And 15 shots.
Well, again,
and you got your bench as well, like you mentioned.
You talk about, and we really do have to talk about the bench. We've got to talk about Mo Harkless and what he was able to do in Terrance Davis and what strong acquisitions that those look like right now for the Sacramento Kings. But when you look at the starting lineup, De'Aaron Fox, 24, Tyrese Haliburton, he not a particularly great night shooting, 7 of 15, but 15 points, 10 assists. That's the number that you keep your eye on, is the assist number. 23 and 12 from Richaun Holmes, 14 points from Harrison Barnes. You mentioned the 20 there from Buddy Hield, and it goes back to a conversation that we were having yesterday where you were talking about finding that secondary scorer for De'Aaron Fox. Like if De'Aaron Fox is going to be the primary scorer for the Sacramento Kings, like who's going to be the secondary scorer? Who can be the secondary scorer? And I threw at you like, well, maybe they don't need one as bad if you can get a balanced performance from Buddy, from Harrison, from Richaun Holmes, from this starting lineup that the Sacramento Kings have. And our man Will Z did some research yesterday.
Shout out Will, man.
He said, because I guess we threw the number out there, 13. Like, what if the starters are averaging like 13 plus points per game? And I went back to a game that the Kings played earlier during this win streak, and I forgive me, I do not remember who it was. I didn't find it super important enough to look, but it was somebody who played like 25 minutes. It was a starter, 0 points. Didn't score a basket. And sometimes players like that have a role on a team where that's not your job. Your job is to rebound. Your job is to be physical. Your job is to defend. Your job is to block shots. Your job is to do different things like that. There's one team in the entire league that has a starting lineup with each starter averaging over 13 points per game. One in the entire league. 13 points per game. One team in the entire league. And it's the Sacramento Kings. There is no other team in the league that has all 5 players averaging over 13 points per game. And I bring that up because it reminds me of a conversation that we had not too long ago about Minnesota, where we were looking at, we were kind of looking at the bottom of the West. We were talking about teams that were rebuilding and how the Sacramento Kings are kind of in that, that clump with like Minnesota and Houston, Oklahoma City, all of the teams like that are in some different phase of a rebuild. And perhaps in Houston's case, they're still in the teardown stage of the rebuild.
Oof.
But, we were looking at Minnesota going, gosh, you look at this lineup and you go, man, like why is this team like this? Like, why is Minnesota so bad right now? And then I asked you, is that the way people look at the Kings? Do they look at this group with Buddy and Harrison and De'Aaron Fox and now they're getting to know, and I'm not talking about here, I'm talking about fans across the league who aren't watching the Sacramento Kings every night. Do they look at these players and go, this looks to be like a decent collection of players. Maybe they don't know a ton about Tyrese Haliburton yet. Maybe they don't know a ton about Richaun Holmes yet, but overall, like Harrison Barnes is a solid player. Everybody knows Buddy from the 3-point contest, and De'Aaron Fox is a legitimate star here at this point. And we kept pointing to the bench. The bench is bad. The bench is bad. The bench is bad. I feel like that stat that Will Z dug up on the starting lineup kind of just puts a monster stamp on that. How bad the bench was. Now, I don't know that every night is going to be what we saw last night from the bench. But if it's any indication of what we're going to have, it's certainly a lot better than it was a little bit over a week ago.
You know what?
A week ago.
I don't think it's asking too much to say that this is what you get from the bench on a nightly basis. You know, I really don't. Terrance Davis, I wasn't completely familiar with him at all. Threw on some YouTube, and the people were teasing me like, "Hey, you saw some YouTube and you liked him." Sometimes when you see him, when you see it, you see it. You know what you're seeing.
Yeah.
And it took me 2 minutes to be like, "Yo, this dude got something." Like, I like the way he moves, man.
It took you 20 seconds. Like, you sat down, you pulled up that
really
video.
did.
You were like, oh.
They really did. No, it was about 20, 25 seconds before I was like, okay, Terrance Davis. But no, I saw him. I saw the way he played the game, and something jumped out. And I think you can get maybe not 14 points a game, but Terrance Davis is a legit bench scorer. Like, I can see him averaging. He averaged, I think, 9 last year, or 7 or something like that. I can see him averaging 10 points a game. DeLon Wright hasn't really gotten acclimated yet. We know he's a 10 points per game scorer, even if you cut that off a little bit, because he's got a little bit of a different role here in Sacramento. Say he averages 7.
Mm-hmm.
Mo Harkless is good for 8 or 7 or something like that. Now you've got a bench. I'm doing the math here. What are we at? Like 25 points off the bench? Like, you can do that. That's before you get to Metu. That's before Whiteside comes back. That's not including if you get anything from Kyle Guy or Justin James, or any if they ever put DeQuan in the game. Or
never.
Before you get any of that. And that's all. Like, they weren't doing that at all before.
Yeah.
So getting 25 a game off the bench, 20 to 25 a game off the bench, that makes everybody's job on the starting unit that much easier.
I think I'm going to get rid of this. It's so much fun, but it's really just useless. Like, there's no reason for it to be there. Like, it's just, he did play 1 minute and 11 seconds last night, along with Justin James and Chris Silva and Robert Woodard and the big hockey switch. What do they call that? A line change? The big line change that came in. I love me some Metu, man. Metu is an absolute blast to watch. We've got a lot more, man. We are just getting started. We're with you till 4 o'clock, because we mentioned Ramona Shelburne's going to be with us coming up at 2:20. No technical difficulties here as D'Lo and KC get underway here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's ESPN 1320. Oh man. Met 3. It's not appropriate and you can't use it, but I really do think the Metu movement is fantastic. Again, probably not appropriate, but
yeah, we'll leave that one on the bench. But it is good.
It works. Like, but yeah, can't use it. Can't use it. Well, all right. Well, did I write the Bagley stuff in here? Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, we'll get
Metu better than Bagley. That's what we want to say. I don't necessarily agree with you, but I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think Metu, I feel like he has a little bit better understanding of how to play the game of basketball than Marvin Bagley. I don't think he's more talented. I'm not gonna say that. There's things that Bagley can do that you just can't teach. And Metu's pretty athletic and stuff as well. But I feel like Metu has a little better feel of the game. Maybe that comes with time with Bagley. I don't know. But right now, today, I don't think Metu can average 15 points a game like Bagley. So I'm not saying that, but I just feel like he has a little better feel.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel that way.
Okay. I'm a little behind, man, because of our lengthy meeting. I completed my power rankings.
Oh yes, I had a
power rankings. Oh, I didn't even send you. Will's sent the update. Oh, you had a hell of a morning?
Yeah, I had a hell of a morning.
Where's Will? There's Will.
I didn't get my joints in.
Shout out to John and Bryant. I don't know, and Jill in the absolute a never-ending Twitter thread that just will not go away.
You got stuck in there.
It's just never, ever, ever going away. like that thread. And Marty from Philly, if you're listening, probably not, but he might be listening, just not watching. Yeah. Man.
He might be listening on Odyssey.
He might be listening on Odyssey. Yep. My app didn't update. It still says that sites that shall not be spoken.
I had to do my Hunter Hearst Helmsley on that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh man.
Okay, I got to repeat that. Jesse just got in our ear and said we got to treat radio.com the same way WWE treats Chris Benoit.
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
Never happened.
Yep.
He was never here.
He was never here. Never here. It's gone. Here. It was gone. He was not our champion whatsoever.
Oh, man.
I put the Bucks at the top of the power rankings. Them suckers lost 3 straight. They lost 3 straight. Good God Almighty.
Are they good losses? Clippers are not a good loss, but Clippers losses.
Knicks, Clippers.
The Knicks.
Celtics, Knicks, Clippers. Oh man, this is tough. This is tough.
They definitely weren't hitting the Quan. Radio.com on that Bye Felicia movement. Radio.com. What? What? No, I think it just updates, Marcus. Like, I think it updates to the Odyssey app. Like, maybe when you plug it in tonight, it'll update. Yep. Dope ones. What? What is happening? What was that? Hey, Damon Ray. Oh Lord, is that? You know what that is? That's karma for me saying no technical difficulties here. That's what that is. That's okay. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. Yeah, well.
Still on the air.
I think YG is Jesse's favorite rapper.
You think so?
We get a lot of YG.
It fits.
I like YG.
He cool.
Can you confirm that, Jesse? Is he your favorite rapper?
He was at one point.
Okay. All right.
Shout out to YG. I like YG.
What's not suspect, though, is the play of the Sacramento Kings right here. And they get their 5th straight win. And we're up to, this is 7 and 8, right? Is that right?
We never thought we'd ever be here again.
Are we in the Luke Walton territory? Are we into the we're not that good territory?
Are you going to be on the Zoom call today?
I've got a question. Yeah, I got to find. I don't think they have media availability today. They'll have it tomorrow. I don't know why I didn't get on last night and ask them. Come on, D-Lo, what are you doing? It would have been perfect. Like, Luke, hi. You said that the Kings weren't 7 of 8 good. But yet, voila. How do you attribute the team defying your low expectations for them? Luke Walton's comments next here on ESPN 1320.
Well, no, I will say this.
Remember, that was I do want to put some context behind it for those who haven't been following that. We've been having fun with it. They lost 9 in a row following the last 7 of 6. And I think Kings fans are really, really on edge knowing what might happen next because we've seen it before. Not last year, not the year before. We saw it like a month ago. We saw it like 2 months ago. And what Luke Walton said there in its full context is he said, we're probably not 7 of 8 good. We're not losing 9 in a row bad. Yeah. We're somewhere in the middle. And it's like, well, here we are, 7 of 8 again. Apparently, maybe you are that good.
Is Luke Walton a good coach now? Is he coaching them up?
Well, here's what I'll say about Luke. And I don't have no confessions to give you here on this Tuesday morning.
Hold on. No, you got confessions. You got some confessions.
Here's what I will say, though. The team is playing better defensively. Again. So this is where I don't know what Luke is, dude. Like, and I don't think there's anything wrong with me saying that. If you've got a problem with it, if you tuned in for a hot take, I ain't got one for you. I don't know what this dude did because I was looking at the similarities between this 7 of 8 streak and the one that they had earlier. They're the last 8 games they're giving up defensively. They're giving up 111 points per game. In the month of March, 13 games total. In the month of March, they're giving up 113 points per game defensively. So that is almost in the first 34 games of the season, the total was 120. They were giving up 120 points per game. So it's a massive improvement. But we saw this in that same 7 of 8 stretch. So now it's the second stretch of basketball where we've seen them play better defensively. Now 111, I mean that's like in the 12, 13, 14, 15 range. 113, that's kind of in the 15, 6. Like it's not, no one's confusing them for a defensive team.
Right.
But they're not a god-awful defensive team anyway. Right now that honor belongs solely to the Washington Wizards. And
Russ keep getting them triple doubles though.
Yeah, but Russ is the leading triple double getter in Washington Wizards history.
He's been there 10 minutes.
And he also dropped, what do you have, like 20 something dimes last night? Like, give the man some credit.
He was balling.
Give that man some credit, but they still stink defensively. That doesn't change the point. Like Washington now holds the honor of being the worst defensive team in the league. So when you look at, I don't know, Casey, I don't know, dude. I don't know what to say about Luke Walton. I'm not going to say he's a bad coach. I'm not going to say he's a good coach. I'm going to say I don't know what the hell kind of coach he is. Like, they've been all over the place this year.
I've been saying that for months now, maybe for a year. I don't know. Like, people want to tell me that Luke is bad. People want to say, oh, he's underrated. I don't think anybody's saying he's underrated. But I don't know. Like, I don't know if Luke is good or not. There's been a number of reasons why I don't know. The one thing that I can say for him is, and this could be a gift and a curse, his players seem to like him. The players, even when things got real bad at the start of last year, they kind of went out of their way to be like, it's not coaching. Like, it's not. Like, we got to get this done. We got to do whatever. Like, they kind of go out of their way to show Luke a little love here now.
And De'Aaron said that. And I think that's important when it's not trying to knock anyone else on the team, when it's the leader of the team that says it, when it's the best player on the team, when he comes forward and he's the one saying, like, yeah, that's not what it is. It's us. I think that does hold some weight. But it also brings up the question is like, okay, if that's the case, well, what are you doing?
Yeah.
If it's not Luke, if it's not, Alvin Gentry or Rex Kalamian, or it's not the collection, if it's not Bobby, if it's not Lindsey, if it's not Rico, what's the problem?
No,
because we have a sample size now of this team being better defensively. Not good, but not bad. They're just they're there defensively. And when you're able to flow offensively the way that the Sacramento Kings are, sometimes having a middle of the road defense, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah. It's bad when, like, as you've said, this team's going to put up points. This team's going to put up points. The frustrating part about that is what I always said about, well, yeah, but they're going to give them up too.
Yeah. They moved up another spot in the league rankings last year in scoring, or last night in scoring. They're up to number 7 now. I think they started the game at number 8. They put up on 132.
Yeah, that's
night.
That's kind of a big deal. I mean, San Antonio, they're not, the defensive team that, they were 10 years ago. Right. But they're still a good defensive team. I think like 11 or 12th, in the league in terms of defense. So they're an upper echelon or upper half of the league defensive team. And so the fact that the Kings put up, 132 on them last night.
What they had 97 at the 95, 97 at the end of 3. Okay. I can't remember exactly, but I mean
they had 41 in the second, so the math looks like it works to me.
Yeah. So these dudes, man, they score. Like we keep talking about that. They score and they got some more firepower on that end with what they got off the bench. So, like you said, if they can just show a pulse on the defensive end, I think you got some. This is you asked what was different between the two 7 of 8 streaks. I think they are legitimately better now defensively.
Okay.
And that doesn't mean they're good or they're great or anything like that, but they're better. And I think that's the difference. They still are able to, as you can see last night, put up major points. They can go 120 on your head. They can do that at any time. But now the defense is getting there, and it allows them to separate a little bit, like we saw last night. Remember how I used to always say the Kings will never run away from a team because they just don't play good enough defense? Like there's always going to be these close games. I almost gave it up a little bit last night, but they were able to keep that intensity up on the offensive end and then buckle down on the defensive end and pull away from a team. And we haven't seen them pull. They pulled away from this team. They pulled away from the Warriors. I know that was without Steph. They pulled away from the Cavs the first time they played them. Like they're having that ability now because they do play a little better defense to pull away from teams and while maintaining their scoring ability.
Yeah, that's it's another thing that you look into and you go, okay, do we read something into that? Is the team perhaps it felt like yesterday, listening to some of the post game media sessions. And I don't remember this necessarily being the case. Anybody's welcome to refresh my memory at 916-349-1320 or here in the chat on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. I feel like this team is confident. And I feel like they recognize, like we've got something. Like something is clicking, something is working with us right now. And I feel like they're more confident this time around with this win streak that they got going on than they were the first time. Yeah,
I agree. I sense the same thing. I do. I feel like in this trade is really, it's only been 2 games with the new guys, so I don't want to attribute it all to them. But I get the feeling that De'Aaron, Harrison, even Buddy, like, all right, we got some help now. Like we got some help. It's not all on us. It's a weight off of their shoulders, and they're playing a little more free. And you also can't discount the fact. I chuckle because some people ask the question after I talk about this guy. You can't discount the fact that Tyrese Haliburton is out there and he is showing why we love him so much.
Yeah.
And I chuckle because some people ask, are they playing better because Haliburton's in the starting lineup or because Bagley's out? And that's just a funny question to me. I don't have an answer. I'm not going to go at Bagley or anything, but are they playing better because Haliburton's in the starting lineup or Bagley's out? My first instinct is to say it's because Haliburton's in the starting lineup. That's what I think. I think that highly of him.
Okay.
To say that that's the reason.
Okay. Is it possible they're both true?
Absolutely.
Because I guess the way you could frame this question is, would the results be the same if Tyrese Haliburton was in the starting lineup, Marvin Bagley was in the starting lineup, but Buddy Hield was on the bench?
Due to our theory of not having 2 bad defenders in there, you can get away with 1, but not 2. I can make the argument it would be the same.
Okay.
Because you're doing that. You're not having 2 bad defenders in there, just 1. You can handle 1, not 2.
It's interesting because we have the ability to. We have someone that because you always have to blame people, right? And we have the ability because remember this wasn't a Luke Walton didn't have an epiphany, like he didn't wake up and go, you know what? I gotta start Tyrese Haliburton.
Yeah, this wasn't Buddy and Bogey. No,
this was not that. This was, oh hell, we lost Marvin again. Okay, all right. Well, what are we gonna do here? We joked for a solid 24 hours that he was gonna troll us and put Kojo in. He was going to would it be Hassan Whiteside? Like what would it ultimately look like? And it wound up being Tyrese Haliburton, and he said when he made the announcement in his first media availability, he said, we're gonna ride this out. Like this isn't like a short term change. We're gonna ride this out. This is gonna be our starting lineup for the foreseeable future, and we'll make tweaks along the way. So it's easy to place the blame on Bagley because Bagley's not around. Though I do think it's an interesting question of would the results be the same if Bagley was around, but it was Buddy coming off of the bench. I mean, obviously you have another body. I mean, the team's winning games. That's ultimately all that matters.
Right.
But if Bagley is still around, but he's coming off the bench, are the results the same? Like, there are people who want to, and again, I understand, but there are people who want to, like, oh, Marvin's gone, the team's winning. That's the answer.
Right.
It's probably not that simple.
Yeah, and see, and that's why, I chuckled at the question and you asked it to me, and I just how I am, I'm gonna go more so towards the guy that's producing, you know what I mean, as opposed to the guy that's not there as the reason why. You know what I mean? That's just me by my nature. I'd rather give credit to Tyrese Haliburton and what he's bringing to the team, as opposed to saying they're playing better because Bags is out of the lineup. So, but I mean, maybe there's argument to be made both ways, but I just really enjoy what Tyrese Haliburton does. I mean, the passing display he put on yesterday, the no look in transition to Rashawn Holmes. Loved it.
There's arguably, there you are.
I think what he says.
I think you're starting to sway Jason Jones a little bit. Not a lot, but Jason Jones is starting to acknowledge, like, whoo, this Tyrese Haliburton kid is nice, and I think he wants to refer to him as Lil Magic. He just can't bring himself to do it as a Magic fan.
Yeah,
we'll talk
understandably
more.
So.
We'll talk, of course. We'll talk more about Marvin Bagley coming up here this hour, as a question we asked yesterday was answered. Jason Anderson asked it for us, or answered it for us shortly after the show. So we'll bring that to you, partner. I think you've got some feelings on that. I think it's worth diving into and talking about a little bit. There is some bad news coming out of yesterday's game. Just bad news in the sense that the Kings did win their 5th straight, but unlike what had happened earlier in the week, Memphis won, Golden State won.
Thanks, Manny.
New Orleans won. So those are a couple of teams. Hell, I think even Dallas won. There were a couple of teams that you would have appreciated. Maybe they drop one more. Maybe, they really make this conversation spicy if they lose again. But they didn't. I did get to see a good amount of the Warriors game. And, man, Steph, it looked like Steph was really battling through. He looked like he was really battling through that game last night.
Yeah, those tailbone injuries, man, they don't feel good after a week. They feel a little better where you can play and you can do some things, but I mean, those things probably aren't feeling right, and not hindering you for, I don't know, a couple weeks, 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, keep your eye on that. I hope he's healthy, man. I love Steph. I want him to be out there. And I hope he doesn't have to miss any more time with that. The good news was yesterday, and I thought the same thing as you as I went down the scoreboard last night. I was like, damn, everybody won. Like, that'll help, bro.
Help a brother out.
But the good news, I'll put a positive spin on it, is the Kings beat the Spurs, right? They could have easily played the Wizards last night. It would have been all bad. They wouldn't have gained any ground. But they played the Spurs, so they were able to gain that game on them. And nobody else helped out.
Can y'all help a squad out every once in a while? Help a fan base out that has been missing the playoffs for however many years. Let's get some wins here.
Manny says, "I'll make some calls. Heads will roll." He's talking about Chicago. I appreciate that.
Go. Yeah, we got it. We gotta get that done. We welcome everybody watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, go on and hit the thumbs up, man. We greatly appreciate it here as we're talking Sacramento Kings. Ramona Shelburne will be with us coming up at 2:20. She wrote an extensive piece on De'Aaron Fox last month. And she'll join us as she put that out there again yesterday. She put it out there in the social media universe after De'Aaron Fox won his second Western Conference Player of the Week this season. And it really is I didn't even think it would be possible for De'Aaron, but another career year for this young man as he just keeps getting better and better and better. And I thought the jump that he made from year 1 to year 2 was absolutely extraordinary. And honest to God, when he was heading into his third season, I thought, it's like, come on, man, like, it's kind of ridiculous to ask him to make a jump similar to the one that he made his first season, because it was such an astronomical jump. But he managed to get better. Like he got, and then here he is within this season. We've seen him from the first half of the season to the second half of the season. And that, I think, above wins and losses, I think when you talk about the Tyrese Haliburton equation to the starting lineup, I think this is where you can really focus in on the De'Aaron Fox part of the conversation. How much of what we've seen from De'Aaron post All-Star break, and don't misunderstand what I'm saying. He was very good in the first half of the season. But he seems to be significantly better in the second half of the season. How much of that can be attributed to Tyrese Haliburton being in the starting lineup?
Bruce Leroy, he's got the glow right now. That's just what it is with De'Aaron Fox. And I think a good amount of that has to be contributed to Tyrese Haliburton. Fox has said on numerous occasions how much he likes having another ball handler out there, somebody that can initiate the offense, somebody that could possibly set him up sometimes. And it's freed him up not only literally in the offense, but it's freed him up mentally to not have the pressure of having to initiate everything, create everything for everybody. We talked about it at numerous different times this year where there's a lot of pressure on De'Aaron Fox, like a lot of pressure. He's got to be the leading scorer. He's got to lead the league in assists. He's got to make sure the ball's facilitated right. Then he's got to be the best defender. He's got to guard the best perimeter guy.
By the way, he's also the face of the franchise, so he has to handle commercials and corporate responsibilities and interviews with Ramona Shelburne and all of the podcast with Stack and Matt Barnes. He's got to do all that stuff.
He's got to do all that, man. And there's a lot of pressure on him. And the basketball aspect of having Tyrese Haliburton out there, it can't be denied because, like I said, he likes another ball handler out there. But I look at just the mental and emotional load. If you could take one thing off his plate, that would, he can take a breath. So I think it has a lot to do with Tyrese Haliburton being out there, man, and it shows in his game and his production.
Every single time Richaun Holmes steps on the floor, pay that man.
Price goes up.
Every single time he steps on the floor, it's like, so y'all gonna re-sign this dude, right? Like, I mean, I don't know what the cost is gonna be, but y'all gonna re-sign him, right? Like, you've got to get this done. Don't let him walk away under any circumstances.
No, you can't do it. I mean, and
Richaun, if you need me to be your agent, I've done it before, man. Get me out there. I'll get certified.
And
let's get you paid. We ain't letting you go nowhere.
Look here. This might be the theme of the day.
Oh Lord.
Look, I was on these airwaves and I said Richaun Holmes probably isn't your starting center on a good team or anything like that. And it came from a place. Well, I can't say it came from a place of love because that's probably a negative. But I love Richaun Holmes. You know that. I love Richaun. I was just kind of giving my evaluation of the situation. But I mean, I'll take that back. I'll run it back. He can absolutely be the center of this team, the starting center of this team moving forward. The thing that I worry about is maybe he gets worn down, but we'll address that when he gets there. Sign him, like you said.
Yep.
Sign him. Make sure that man stays in Sacramento. And I watch Richaun Holmes, and I watch Tyrese Haliburton, and I watch De'Aaron Fox. And even I look at that bench, and I look at what a Terrance Davis was able to do, what a Mo Harkless was ready to do. And Damian, a lot of people frown when you do what I'm about to do. A lot of people frown on it. But I just see ingredients of this city and this fan base falling in love with some of the elements of this team. This is different from, no shade to this, the Marcus Thornton, even though I really like Marcus Thornton, or, the Darren Collison when he was here. Like, they didn't fall in love with those guys, even though they flirted with a playoff spot, where they traded Boogie. They were a game and a half back. They love Boogie, but they didn't love.
That was like for one day.
Yeah,
they were a game and a half back for one day.
After the All-Star break,
Willie Cauley-Stein, 36 points. Oh, DeMarcus was holding him back, and not so much.
They didn't fall in love with those guys. Kind of fell in love with Bogey, a little bit with Buddy, but I just see it. I see it because we lived it, Damien. We lived it. Some of these young guys, they didn't live it. The love affair that early 2000s team had with the city. And I just see the way they react to Tyrese Haliburton. I see the way they react to Richaun Holmes. I see the way they react to De'Aaron Fox. They're ready. They're ready to fall in love again. I'm telling you, the city is ready to fall in love again with these guys. And if they can turn this around, and be that type of team, it's just going to be a love affair.
The question is the fan base ready to get hurt again? Because, when you fall in love, you risk getting hurt. And that's why I think so many fans are kind of like on edge. They're kind of like, all right. The Kings have won, 5 straight, 7 of 8. We've seen this before. Like, they followed that 7 of 8 up with a 9-game losing streak. Now, De'Aaron got hurt. Marvin got hurt. One fell swoop. Those guys missed a Friday night game. Mm-hmm. And then Rashawn got hurt. And then Tyrese got hurt. And then it was just like, injury after injury after injury. And then somehow Harrison Barnes got hurt. Right, Harrison Barnes never gets hurt. And somehow Harrison Barnes missed time, during that stretch as well. And it was like, okay, guys are back. Let's get them back into the flow. They start playing ball. The trade deadline gets here. You get these acquisitions. And, here we are off and running. But when you fall in love, you risk getting hurt. You're going to have to teach young Reese that when you fall in love, whether it's with your basketball team or whether it's with a young lady or whatever, like you risk, you open your heart, you could get hurt. And that's what Kings fans are dealing with right now.
Them young ladies be hurting you too, boy. Woo, they be hurting you. Woo, poor Reese.
Damn, man, I don't think there's a young lady out there that'll hurt you more than the Sacramento Kings will. My goodness, man, that Kings organization has put this fan base through hell.
I think they're ready. I think they're ready to love again. There's people out there that are cautious. There are people out there that are like, I don't want to get hurt again. Mm-hmm. But I'm telling you, it's not just the team. It's the cast. It's the parts of this.
It's the players.
I'm telling you, they're ready to love Tyrese Haliburton. Mm. They are ready to. They love him now. I'm not saying that. They love Tyrese now. They love Rashawn Holmes now. But if Rashawn signs on that dotted line this summer, and he's the king for the next 4 or 5 years, that's three guys right there for sure that they are going to love. And I'm gonna tell you this: the reason why it really came up to me is I saw what a Terrance Davis did last night. Terrance Davis in that fourth quarter when it was looking like, oh boy, this how we gonna do it in the Alamo? We gonna blow this thing again? I think Terrance Davis might have had 9 points in that fourth quarter at the start of the fourth quarter to get it from a 2-point game to like a 9-point game. Had a 3, had an and 1. I think he had 2 threes. Matter of fact, that's a guy, somebody mentioned it earlier, and I saw the same exact thing. That's a Bobby Jackson type.
Oh,
that's a Bobby Jackson type.
Oh, man.
He has that type of ability off the bench. I'm telling you. Ramsey will back me up on this one. I see it from.
Not everybody will get it. But those that do, they know what's up. We'll come back. We'll address what's going on with Marvin Bagley. We'll talk more about your Sacramento Kings. We'll just get going here. Steelo McCasey on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's ESPN 1320. Woo!
Ramsey, you feeling me? I kind of saw the same thing, but I give props to Ramsey. He was more familiar with Terrance. But I saw it. I was like, yo, this boy could be some kind of instant offense. He's got that. He's got that. Mm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There you go. There you go. Brian in there. Brian. Brian, I love you. I just want to make sure you know that, man. I love you. I love Brian.
I love all you tankers. Love all y'all. It's all love. We're going to get there one way or the other. And we're gonna have a good old time when they finally get there. I don't care how they do it, but we're going to get there.
Someone on Twitter said Matt George asked my question. Did he really?
What
Can
question?
Someone check the Luke Walton thing about you said your team wasn't this good? Luke Walton's was the only guy that I saw. I saw Tyrese. I think I saw Buddy speak. I miss Luke. That's fantastic.
Did anybody ever hear sound of Luke going in on the officials from Saturday? I heard that about he De'Aaron. Was.
Yeah.
Did you hear him?
He's talking about De'Aaron not getting calls.
Did you hear? Did you actually hear him?
Yeah.
What? How was it? Did he kind of go in, or was it like?
No, he went in like Luke goes in. You know, like respectful. You know what I mean? Like, no, but he brought up. He mentioned a handful of plays. It was like, how does De'Aaron not get this call? You would think he was playing in the final seconds of a Elite Eight game last night or something. Roger Goodell said he expects full stadiums this season.
Oh boy, okay.
No surprise there. Will you go? You go to a 49ers game this year?
I don't know. It's up in the air. It's up in the air. I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna be that type of. I might slide out there.
I think, man, I think we might be kicking out. I think we might be hulking up right now.
Think so?
I think the country might be hulking up, shaking their head, get ready to do.
I thought so too.
Get ready to do the big point.
So I was watching the news last night, and the lady from the CDC said, "I'm terrified."
Well, yeah, because I think a lot of people. I think there are some people that have just. They're just like, oh, it's over. Like, no, there's a couple of more things you got to do before it's over. Like we've got to knock out a couple of more things, but. There it is. Yeah. So Jerry, yeah, that's right. Game 916. You know, anytime Roger talks, you know what it is. Yeah, he did. Is that right? Okay, that's right. Okay.
California. Oh yeah, baseball. Yeah. Hey, I was just talking about her, Carolyn Peck. I hadn't seen her in years.
CP, yeah, she's a coach. They must have. I think this is her first year back. Oh. She don't age.
Oh, Damien, we got to get your thoughts on the monstrosity, the atrocity that happened.
It's here
last night.
Yeah, it's here.
That's as bad as it gets.
There's a lot of things that I don't like though about, like, you're down one, right? With I don't know, 18 seconds left. Mm-hmm. Leave yourself time. Like, I understand the idea of taking the last shot, but if you miss, you lose. Like go. Like whether you're running a play or you're getting to the basket, like, leave yourself time to do what happened. If you had run that play 3 seconds earlier and committed the foul, you would have had time to run an actual play.
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard that. The Odyssey app. We blew up radio.com. Radio.com is finito. It's over. It's the Odyssey app. Yeah. Isn't that right?
No, you're right.
Is it? I don't know. I don't know. I might have just. I don't know. I sometimes I use words that I.
Nah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
I mean, but by the way, Odyssey is a new, like, ESPN 1320. Like, we're part of a bigger company. That's what Odyssey is. It was a big, like, just a massive overhaul, like, change, and it encompasses the fact we're like a broadcast company, our digital content, our live experiences that you see here on Twitch and YouTube, and all of our different podcasts. We have podcasts that are exclusive to Odyssey, so that's what it is. You're going to be hearing that name a lot. You're going to be hearing it when I mention where I used to mention the radio.com app. You'll hear me mentioning the Odyssey app, in which you can listen to the show wherever you are. Nothing has changed in terms of a user experience, other than we've been assured that rewind feature that so many of you have shared with us sucks. They fixed it. So the app has been fully updated. So hopefully when you go to use that rewind feature, if you close your app, you don't lose your place, and all those different things happen. So we listen, as Kenny always says, man, we're the people station here.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Demi Lovato. Got her podcast on here. I like Demi Lovato, but Demi Lovato, is she canceled? She canceled?
Did we cancel? Did we?
I feel like she is.
Why did we cancel Demi Lovato?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking the question. Is she canceled?
I can't keep up with what we cancel.
Somebody in the chat.
Did we cancel it?
Let me know.
Did we cancel Demi Lovato, or did they cancel Demi Lovato?
I feel like the culture canceled Demi.
Really?
But I could be wrong. And that's problematic because I kind of like her.
Well, let's uncancel her then.
Well, we can't just uncancel her without knowing if she was and what she was canceled for. Let's not just. We got to have a discussion about this.
If you don't know, if you don't know, like if you honestly don't know, it couldn't have possibly have been that serious. That's the thing. Like if it was that serious, like we would know. I feel like we would.
It was a moment. It was a moment. I think about a year ago.
Kenny, are you getting this news from the chat? Like, is the chat like? Is this your source? Is this like your Falcons trade that you were talking about last week?
I don't listen to the chat no more. The chatty house always steers me wrong.
Okay, all right. No, they only did it once. It's just you really bit on it that day. Like you were full on hook, line, and sinker. Here's Big Al. God knows what he wants to talk about.
My man, Big Al.
Probably the Lakers. What's up, Big Alvin?
If that's what you want, D-Law, I mean,
nope.
I'm here to please.
Nope.
Because I'm old in the dirt, as you're calling.
That's not true.
And therefore, because I'm older than dirt, I know how the earth is constructed.
Big Al, did you guard Bill Russell in high school?
Yeah, right. Am I going to get on you again?
No.
Class 73. I'm not that old. Come on.
No, I know. You told us. 66. We remember. Tell us your birthday. We'll celebrate it every year.
Burbank? You went to Burbank?
That's right, bro.
Oh, shout out to the Metro League. I thought you went to high school in Southern California.
No, yeah, I grew up and then transferred and went to the former. Now it's Rosa Parks, but it's for the famous. It was Gady, but anyway, that went away.
Yeah, shout out Gady. Yeah, shout out Gady. Shout out Burbank. 24-4. You know what it is. Southside.
Nicely diversified group, in high school. We were good, but we're not that good in basketball. Sadly, we had to go up against some other, a little bit better high schools. And of course, Christian Brothers was really good back then too. So.
Did you guys play against Bill Cartwright?
I just missed. No, that was missed out. That was 2 years. Because I told you the story. I saw Donaldson when I was a senior. He was a sophomore, right? And so, 2 years behind. Because I went back for the alumni game 2 years later. I watched him. They shut down Elk Grove for one of only 2 losses that year. But they stalled the ball, and that's back in the day when you could do that. I mean, it was like 32-29. It was a terrible game, but. That's what Coach had to do to try and pull Elk Grove.
I've loved that this has evolved into us interviewing Big Al when he calls. it's like Big Al calls in and we just start interviewing him.
Stop. Well, I want to keep Steve Spears up for his 49ers. So we got lots of
yeah.
So I want to hear your thoughts because I watched all the stuff. We got a little guy named Mr. Drummond who I always kind of like. I know. Is he the best of the Lakers? I mean, I love the guy, but he's always been a stat builder on, a poor team. So let's see what he can help. Remember, we almost went after LaMarcus Aldridge, and that got shut down, 3-4 years?
Yeah. LaMarcus was not happy.
I remember that well. Yeah. That's the only meeting I ever recall. Look at Jesse, just Big Al gone.
Big Al, we love you, bro.
Yeah, thanks, Big Al. I remember that well. It's the one free agency meeting where I remember, Kenny Caraway met with ESPN. It went well. That's the meeting with LaMarcus Aldridge. He met with the Los Angeles Lakers. Apparently, it didn't go well. What? When has that ever been said?
Hey, man, he hated the Lakers presentation. That's when the brothers were still the brothers.
Not the brothers. Not to be confused with the brothers.
The Bust brothers.
The hard ER. Yeah. Yeah, they were pitching LaMarcus Aldridge on Hollywood. Like, imagine that. Like, you're pitching LaMarcus Aldridge on all of these, Paramount and 20th Century Fox opportunities. Like, did you watch me in Portland? Like, bro, that ain't me.
It's not my job.
Like, I don't know that LaMarcus Aldridge has been in a commercial his entire career. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they had no clue.
I think Big Al
had no clue.
I think Big Al is legitimately the chat's favorite caller.
Yeah. They love Big Al.
Big Al suggested they remove the bottoms of the peach baskets.
That's cold.
Big Al wants to bring back the player coach. Jeff says Big Al was pissed when the NBA added the 3-point line.
Oh man!
Big Al thinks Converse All-Stars are still a great basketball shoe. Oh, Big Al is the best, man. We love you, buddy.
Big Al brought up a point where he said they just stalled him out. Did you know that there are still states where in high school basketball they don't have a shot clock?
Yeah, I think I did. I don't know why I think I knew that, but that's
embarrassing.
That is a bit silly.
Yeah.
Not even a bit silly. Like, that is extremely silly. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, an Odyssey station.
Hey.
He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barley. We're thrilled that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Make sure if you're watching on ESPN 1320, hit the thumbs up, super important. Make sure you subscribe as well to each of those channels, and make sure you check out the new Odyssey app. It is replacing your old radio.com app, and soon we will no longer speak radio.com. We just want to familiarize you all with our new apps here. Ramona Shelburne set to join us at 2:20 here to talk some De'Aaron Fox, and as we kind of get back to this conversation we were having a moment ago
about me up every time. What y'all know about that?
Some might not know, and if you don't, I know this show is prominently for the culture, but those that are pop culture listeners, you may not be familiar with. If I ever fall in love again.
First time that I saw you around.
See, I thought
y'all
you
didn't know
was
I
gonna
had
see.
that.
See,
y'all
I thought
I had that. Y'all didn't know I had that. What?
See, I thought you were gonna switch it up with like the very first time that I saw that no look.
Oh, we just having a sing off. That's what we're doing.
No, we're not saying. No, we're not gonna do that. I just thought maybe you were gonna relate it to Tyrese Haliburton somehow,
or maybe hello and I said hi. What? We having a battle. What?
You don't want to do this with me. You don't want to do this with me. I'm going to open this McQueen back here, and we about to, like D.L. Hughley said, y'all go ahead and get the party started. That's how you feel. We should be allowed to. This should be a rule. If the Kings get to 6, what day will it be? Thursday. If the Kings get to 6, we should be able to drink McQueen during the show. I see nothing wrong with this. I believe Odyssey would approve. It's great. It's a huge sponsor of the show. We absolutely love them. They do everything.
We absolutely love them.
I mean, and if the Kings are on a 6-game winning streak, like let's go. What are we doing? McQueen for everybody.
I'm gonna check the Carfax on that.
Check the Carfax, Carfax.com. That was a free plug for them. And remember that ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gym. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good, as were some of the games that we saw last night. We'll dive into those. Great games, bad endings. We'll explain as we continue to roll along right now. But the Sacramento Kings win their 5th straight. They win their 7th of 8. They're now 22-25 on the season. And KC, it's going to be an interesting test here as they play San Antonio again tomorrow in San Antonio. They didn't have to leave. They're just gearing up and running it back. And it's like, okay, this has I hope everyone knows what I mean when I say this. This has like a playoff feel to it in the sense of you're not traveling. You're playing the same team 2 times in a row. The team has the opportunity to make adjustments. Now, not that, we talk about this all the time. Like when they played Cleveland twice in short order. They played Atlanta twice in short order. I think that short order actually helps the team that lost the first game. And we even saw that with Cleveland. Like Cleveland came ready to go in that second game. The first game and the second game were a lot different, but the Black Falcon put an end to it and make sure that the Kings won both of those. In this one, I've already seen, speculation here in the chat that this is going to be a different game. Like there's probably not going to be 132 points from the Sacramento Kings. There isn't going to be a 41-point quarter from the Sacramento Kings. The question will be if the Spurs slow this down, if the Spurs are able to play better defensively, if they're able to play, more their style of ball, will the Kings be able to regroup and get going? Will they be able to win a game that's played like that? I can always tell when you're going to say something, like when you've got like something real strong, because you get this look on your face, and I just know you're about to, you've got something strong here.
Naming the Kings are better than the Spurs, and they're going to beat them tomorrow.
Okay, so that's where we are. That's where we are. We're just that's the stage of the season that we're at. Okay,
that's where we at right now. That's where we at. I need the Kings to get like me. I need them to get greedy. Get greedy out there. Give me 2. Getting the first one was the hard part because now you set yourself up. You know what I mean? If you would have lost the first one, then it would have been a lot of pressure on you to not get swept in the 2 games. No, get greedy now. Get greedy. The Kings are the better team. They should handle the Spurs tomorrow. I don't care if they play them, this particular Spurs team. I don't care if they play them in San Antonio, in Sacramento, or on Mars. They should beat them tomorrow. And that's what I'm expecting. See, I understand, everything that we talked about. You want to move cautiously. You want to be humble. I'm definitely all that. But at this point, Damian, like Bernie Mac said, I'm not afraid of y'all. All right.
That ain't exactly what he said, but I get it. You can't repeat it. I got you.
That's the Audacity edit right there.
It's Odyssey.
See, I'm gonna do that.
Nah, you got the first one.
20
You got the
times.
first one.
I'm gonna do that 20 times. Odyssey. That's Odyssey edit. But no, I'm not afraid to say when the Kings should and shouldn't win. Because number one, most importantly, Damian.
Since when? Since now?
When have I been afraid? I said it numerous times. I said it about the game on Saturday. I said they should beat Cleveland, period. Stop playing.
Sure.
I said in the Warriors game, they should beat the Warriors. Stop playing. I'm not afraid to say it.
You did? Yeah. You did.
They should win tomorrow.
You did? Okay.
They should win tomorrow. I ain't saying like they're going up against the Bucks like they will later on this week, but they should win tomorrow. I ain't afraid to say. I ain't scared of y'all.
I'm with it. Like I'm with it, and it's hard to argue. That team just looks so disjointed. I just got to believe the coaching staff is going to make adjustments. By the way, the Spurs have lost. Gosh, what is that? Is that 5 of 6?
That's another reason why they're not playing good basketball right now.
They're not. And I don't know if they're a victim of the. And I think you brought this up yesterday. I can't remember if this related to the Spurs or somebody else. They don't have like a day off.
Yes, the Spurs and the Grizzlies, they don't have back-to-back days in between games for the rest of the season.
Goodness.
So
yeah. There's not a lot of time to, pardon the pun, watch the tape. There's not a lot of time. You know what I mean? That's essentially all you're doing is looking at the film and saying, guys, we've got to correct this. Here's what we've got to do. Here's how we've got to do it. Let's make these corrections. Let's keep it moving. Let's do our thing.
Yeah. Now, I will say this. I'm not saying that the Spurs can't take advantage of the Kings not being ready to play. They're good enough to do that. But I'm expecting the Kings, the way they're playing right now, the level of focus that they showed as a collective group, I expect them to get greedy tomorrow. I think that's what's going to be in that locker room. I think that's the talk that's going to be going around. Let's get greedy. Let's get 2. Let's get 2 here in San Antonio. I think they're going to be locked in to do so, and I think they'll beat the Spurs tomorrow.
Okay. I mentioned this earlier. It bears repeating. It feels different this time. Like I feel like the players are talking different. They're talking with a greater level of confidence than I think they did the first time that this team won 7 of 8. I think they're speaking with a greater level of confidence than after any buzzer beating win or any quote big win that they've had. Like if you're old enough to remember, this team actually started the season 3-1.
Yeah.
They beat Denver twice. Remember, Denver was a perennial finals favorite a long time ago, and they've made some interesting additions that I think have. I'll be curious to see how they work out for them, through the remainder of the season. I don't know that it puts them back in the title picture, but they're certainly a good basketball team. But remember, 3-1, it was like, whoo. Here we go. A change gonna come. That's what Sam Cooke told me. Let's go. That change is here. Sam Cooke was right. Let's get it done. And then it wasn't.
So you're 100% correct.
And it goes back to that whole falling in love thing again. Are we prepared to go down this road again?
I'm ready. I'm ready to love. I'm ready. No, I'm ready to love you.
Truth is, because if it isn't love, it wouldn't hurt. You've got to set yourself up to hurt, because if it isn't love, it wouldn't hurt so bad. So much more coming up here on this Odyssey station. No, I'm kidding. I could have talked up that whole rant.
Man, I was ready.
I know. Kenny's dancing. Everybody on the show. I got you.
I was making the moves. You throw that if it is love on. I got the whole routine.
You throw on anything from New Edition, you can go. But that's what New Edition tried to warn us about. New Edition been telling us, if it isn't love, why does it hurt so bad? Make me feel so sad inside. That's what the Kings are. It's love, and it hurts, and you feel sad when your team doesn't do well, whether you wanted them to win 82 games, whether you wanted them to lose 82 games because you wanted to draft Cade Cunningham. No matter what it is, it's love, and that's why it hurts so bad. Ralph told us. He told us right there.
He did tell us. And, I am a man of sensitivity. You know what I mean? So the thing about it, though, Cole brought up something good, and this is why it feels a little different. They win when Fox balls. If he doesn't, they don't. Now, I was saying that for a long time. Last night, Fox was cool.
Yeah.
But he wasn't 36.
He's a facilitator.
Yeah, he wasn't 36 points last night. They had enough. They got enough now.
But I completely agree. He was a facilitator until
Fox time.
Fourth quarter.
Fox time.
Fourth quarter. Sorry, Dame. We just stole it, fam. Everybody named Damian can point to their wrist. That's how it works. It's Fox time. Like he scored 9. I think it was 9 in the fourth quarter.
Isn't that what he's averaging in the fourth? Like 9.7 or something like that?
Okay, I know he's got the most points in the fourth quarter in the NBA. I know that. I haven't worked out the averages. We could certainly look into him. If it was 9 last night, that should put him at 315, because I think he was at 306 before. I think Zach LaVine was at 305. I don't know what Zach LaVine did in the fourth quarter yesterday against the Golden State Warriors. Shout out to the crew, by the way, at 95.7 The Game, and Kate Scott and Whitley and Mary Murphy and everybody who called the game yesterday for 95.7 The Game. Another awesome moment for the NBA this year.
Yes, indeed.
Would have loved for them to have called a losing game for the Golden State Warriors, but I guess it's good that they won for that.
Manny said he's going to take care of that, though.
That's what he said. He said heads are going to roll. He's from Chicago. He can make things happen.
Yep.
But, I still maintain as this thing rolls along, you want the Kings to continue to do well. I don't know that we could bank on them losing one every 8 games for the remainder of the season.
That would be crazy.
So somewhere along the way, and it goes back in, and I'll repeat this until it proves not to be true. If they can avoid a 3-game losing streak the rest of the season, I think they win, because you just look at the way that the schedule is laid out. There's games against Minnesota in here. There's games against Oklahoma City in here. There are those pivot now extremely crucial games against Memphis scheduled at the very, very end of the season. It's not far-fetched to think any play-in opportunity could come down to the final 2 games of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking out a bit far with that, but it's not unrealistic to think that.
Damien, you got my mind moving right now, and I want to know what the people think. 916-349-1328. Get us in the chatty house, all this other stuff. I'm putting it out there. Are you ready to embrace this team? Because I do feel like you mentioned, it feels different this time than what we saw earlier this year. It feels different. Fox feels a little bit different. The roster feels a little bit different. I want to know, because I'm ready. I'm ready to embrace this.
So you're Tevin Campbell. You're full on Tevin Campbell right now.
To love you forever. Okay. All right. I'm ready. And I don't know if that's going to necessarily equate to a playoff appearance. I think it will. But I just think that these are the beginning stages of them turning the corner just a little bit. I know it's dangerous to say that. I know. I get it. I understand. But I see it. I see it. I see what I see, Damien. I gave y'all Terrance Davis after 20 seconds. After 20 seconds, I gave y'all Terrance Davis.
Yes, you did.
Me and Ramsey. I'll give Ramsey some props on that one too. But I'm just saying, I want to know what the people think though, man. Are y'all ready, man? Are y'all ready to embrace this team?
Well, get in the chat here on Twitch and YouTube and let us know. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Of course, if you're more into social media, you can hit us there at D'Lo and KC or at ESPN 1320. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, that will certainly help. Or you can call us 916-349-1320. Again, that's 916-349-1320. Kings fans, we want to hear from you. It's okay that there's a shift. Like, it's okay to, it's kidding, but not kidding. If it isn't love, why does it hurt so bad? Like that's what Ralph told us. And Kenny says he's ready. So let's go. Like if you're ready to love, like let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. What are we waiting for? Like this is the team right here to fall in love with.
Wanna love you forever.
See, and that's the thing. Like the Kings, like they drive you crazy. They frustrate the hell out of you, but you can't quit them, even if you got to complain about them. Like old married couples that have been together for 30, 40 years, all they do is complain about each other.
Yeah.
Y'all go out, you get out with your friends, all you do is complain. Oh, he sleep all day. Oh, he just sit in his damn office doing twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. That's what he do all day. Y'all just go around and complain about each other. It's exactly the same as being a sports fan.
But that's my baby.
But that's exactly it.
It's my baby.
That's your baby right there. 916-349-1320. Top flight security of the world, Craig. What's going on, man?
Of the world, fellas. Happy Friday.
No, definitely not Friday.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I wanted to come in. I'm with it, Casey. I'm with it, D'Lo. Like, let's make this push. It's a new look. It's kind of a fresh start for some of those other guys that we just got. And they're coming into a situation where it's all about pushing right now. And I mean, if you're not a Sacramento Kings fan, they're playing some of the best basketball right now. So maybe everybody should take notice.
Yeah.
I'm not talking they're going to go win it, but we're happy with the direction, right? Everybody's trending the right way. Everything's trending the way. And I love the lineup right now without Marvin Bagley.
Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Hey, we appreciate you, Craig. Thanks, man. Again, 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here. We mentioned Marvin Bagley. We'll present this to you, and I guess we'll dive a little bit further into it here in just a minute. But Jason Anderson reported what we were asking yesterday. Go ahead.
No, I was just go ahead. Because I was just going to say the only thing that can make me divorce the Kings is if they draft Mac Jones, but that's a whole different discourse.
Okay. Well, you never know. I wouldn't have put that above the previous regime. I don't think that's in the Monty McNair wheelhouse. But we've got an answer to our Marvin Bagley question. Jason Anderson told us that Marvin Bagley away from the team. We posed that question yesterday. We noticed, I don't think he was on the bench. I was looking at the Zapruder film from the game the other day. It's like it doesn't look like he's here. I text Deuce. Deuce responded right away. He was like, me and Morgan were talking about that, and I can't say I paid close enough attention. I didn't notice him, but I wasn't necessarily looking for him. And then immediately after the game, immediately after our show, Jason Anderson tweeted, Marvin Bagley is away from the team. I want to get your thoughts on that. I want to get everybody's thoughts on that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Ramsey, what you know about that Rome? Come on, man.
I belong to you.
I belong.
There are some songs that I just wonder, could they still be played? I can't let it play. Could this song be played? Could that song be played? Just the lyrics to that song. On the radio. I mean, full on the radio. I'm not talking about on Apple Music or Pandora. I'm talking about could KSFM 102.5 drop a song that says, "Let me lick you up and down till you say stop"?
I mean, you would think no, but I mean, WAP
context is important, I guess.
WAP was the biggest song of the year.
That is legit.
And Cardi went in on the lyrics. So a part of me says, yeah, you find a way to play it if it was big enough.
Yeah. All right.
They have a what's the slow song that it kind of sticks out? It's like, man, you don't hear slow songs anymore. What was it? Oh, it's Leave the Door Open. That kind of stands out because you don't hear songs like the Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak song.
Yeah.
And it's a real slow song, a real like love song. You don't hear those. It's more without like a booming bounce, beat behind it or something like that.
We got you, baby. Like I said, if we could get away with it, we'd play. We could get away with it on the radio. It's a little bit more difficult on the streams. Like we'll get hit with we've never been hit with like a copyright like strike. Because but we've been hit with like hey, like you've got this song on there. There's a couple of things you could do about it. We don't monetize this. Like we do this so you can see it, and so it's fun. But at some point, the company is probably gonna want to make money off of you who tune in. So we might have to scale back on some of that stuff. But yeah, if we could get away with dropping these songs, especially today. Man, we most definitely could.
DJ D-Lo in the mix right now. Boy, stop playing. So passion. Stop playing.
Andy's in here. What's up, Andy? Andy's watching. Yeah, buddy. Okay, Julian.
Don't you know
Let's
about that?
Go. Let's go.
10-10.
No.
Where you been?
The answer, Murph, is no, you can't. And if you do, you do it privately and you don't tell anybody.
I was about to say the answer is no. You can't let anybody know.
That's right. That's right. You do not tell anybody that you went down a rabbit hole of R. Kelly songs the other day. Didn't happen. Didn't happen.
They playing this right now on the radio today?
Good love and body rock and knock and boo. Dude, this is a great song that is like nowhere to be found. You don't remember that song? You're looking at it like it. Oh man, hang on. Oh, I hope I got a minute.
I know it. I know it. I got to hear it.
You've got to. Hang on. Oh, come on. I know we're gonna be coming back from commercial any second. Dude, this was my joint. Oh my gosh, I love this record. Oh, we got 40.
Bust it.
Oh yeah.
Damn, that sounds good. Girl, I can hardly wait till we're alone in my room. You bring that blanket, I'll bring the boom. I know the night is young, but that's just as well.
No, that was
Doc Box and Be Fresh.
Come on, man. That was a staple of In Between the Sheets.
Oh, you already know with bass. Yeah.
That was a staple.
I used to want to host a Love Jam slow jam show. Yeah. You're listening here to KIFM 1320. You're in between the sheets at 1:17 p.m. All right. We usually get this stage of Off the Rails around 3 o'clock. Usually doesn't happen at 1:17, but I guess when your team's won 5 in a row and 7 of 8, you start to feel yourself a little bit. We appreciate you for being with us.
I don't even know.
It started with you hit that you had a confession regarding Buddy Hield, and then
Oh no!
How come? I thought you looked like you was pressing the button.
No, because I was about to. And I was like, I don't need to press it.
Oh, you should hit. And then we were talking about falling in love with the Kings.
That's when it really. So we went
ooh, da doo doo doo. And now it's kind of just gone down a different path now of what music you can listen to and what music you can't, and artists you can't acknowledge that you actually listen to, and it's gotten a little off the rails here, particularly in the chat here and on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. But whatever you may be, we appreciate you so much for listening to us. Ramona Shelburne going to be with us 1 hour from right now. She did an extensive piece for ESPN on De'Aaron Fox, and we're going to talk to her about that and what she has seen from De'Aaron in the month of March, what she's seen from De'Aaron here in the second half of the season, and what she took away from her time talking to De'Aaron Fox. So as we roll along here, again, 916-349-1320. If you want to get in here on these phone lines, we got Ken here. Ken, we appreciate your call. What's on your mind, my friend?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
What's up, Ken?
Hey, another Sac High Dragon in the house, Metro League representing again. So,
There you
The
go.
Metro League is in the building.
we just need to get McClatchy, Johnson. We need to get somebody from every school to come on today.
Well, you got McClatchy High School right here, baby. Come on, CKM. You know what it is, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, regarding the Kings, yeah, man, I'm like full on ready to just swoon, fall in love.
Let's go, Ken.
But there's the foundation who says, build me up just to let me down, butter.
Oh, look at you.
I'm kind of worried about that. But seriously, I don't know what it is. We've had a small sample size of this particular team with the new bench guys and stuff, but just, I don't know. There's just something about it. It just feels right.
I feel you, man.
That's love, right? It just feels right.
That's we turned into parents talking. Is this love? Is this what love feels like? That's okay, Ken. That's okay, Ken. That's okay, man. Fall in love. We appreciate you, my man. No, please go ahead. Pot him back up, Jesse. Yep, go ahead.
I was going to say, but I had to throw a penalty flag for cutting off New Edition like that. You don't do that.
Yeah, we didn't want to. We didn't want to. It gets dicey with YouTube. YouTube is really, really strict with us, but I know in most cases I absolutely would not do that. We appreciate you, Ken. That's fantastic. Is this love? Is that what this is?
Here we go.
With this team?
We can break news here. Odyssey said they're bringing back Love Line. Well, they brought it back today.
That is factual.
1320.
That is factual. They weren't planning for the launch of Loveline for months, but little did they know ESPN 1320 in Sacramento is bringing Odyssey, the Loveline podcast. They never knew that they would need. It's just centers on sports. It centers actually
on the Kings.
as part of the big rebranding for Odyssey, our new company. We're changing our show's name to Loveline. Wow. During King season, we'll just change the show to Loveline.
Get all the gamut of emotions, the frustration, the elation, you get it all.
I love Ken. Is this love? Is that what this is? Is that what I'm feeling right now?
I'm with Ken, man. I think, like I said, this city, and it's not necessarily just the wins or anything like that. They have players that this city loves right now and is ready to just bring, red roses, not yellow roses too.
Yeah.
They want to bring red roses to Tyrese Haliburton and Rashawn Holmes and De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, this is a lot more than friendship, man. This is the real deal. This is love. You want to have some fun?
Absolutely.
I mean, even more fun than we're having now. You want love? Here's love. I'm putting the Kings at 5. Okay. How about that?
Okay, relax.
I'm putting the Kings at 5.
Son,
it's my power rankings. I can do what I want to. If it isn't love, why do I feel this way? Why does she stay on? You know how when you in love, all you do is you talk about that person. You can't go out with your friends. Don't even want to be around you because all you do is you talk about them.
As your friend, I didn't say propose to her. I said give her a chance.
It's love. Kings at 5. Look, I'm not putting the Bucks in there. I put the Bucks at number 1. You know what they did? They hurt me. They lost 3 straight. I ain't putting them in there. Put the Kings at 5. Talk me out of it. Now you can't talk me out of it. The Kings are at 5.
Okay.
Or the Clippers. Kings, Clippers.
I was going to say, based on how you do your power rankings, I mean, is there a hotter team in basketball right now?
I think it's the Clippers.
Okay,
actually,
so the Kings are 2.
Just to be factual, I think it is. I think the Kings. You're right. The Kings are 2. It's the Jazz and the Clippers. They've both won 6 straight, and the Sacramento Kings, who have won 5 in a row.
Let's go. So
it's a tie, and the Clippers are actually just at 5. I don't even know when was the last time the Clippers were even in the power rankings for me. Good God.
Even I got him out the paint.
I got him 4th. I've got the Clippers 4th on February 23rd. That was the last time the Clippers were in the power rankings. Yeah, they've won 6 straight, so they've worked their way back in there in a solid tie with the Sacramento Kings, who I'm putting at 5, just because we're having fun with it today.
That's good. I love it.
I think you're going to like these power rankings, though, in all seriousness, because Kings Clippers tied at 5. Clippers do deserve it, though. They have won 6 straight. I haven't gotten to watch them a ton. I've kind of skimmed through some of their synergy stuff. I don't know what's suddenly clicking for them.
I feel like they're kind of getting healthy. I haven't watched them either since the deadline. I don't know if Rondo's played, how that's gone. But I think they're getting healthy, and I don't want to say they're flipping a switch, but I think it's a time when Ty Lue probably said, all right, guys, it's time to get serious. It's time to go to work. But I mean, it only takes one situation where, things get a little sketchy for the Clippers to fall apart. Only takes one.
True.
So,
yeah, true.
But right now they're not falling apart.
I do want to get back to the Marvin Bagley thing here in just a minute, but I thought we'd hit with the extreme take of the Kings being at 5, tied with the Clippers for the power rankings. I put the 76ers at 4. I had to drop them down a couple of slots. I put the Phoenix Suns at 3, boosted them up a couple of slots. The Utah Jazz tied for the longest. I knew this is why I know you're going to love this. The Utah Jazz tied for the longest win streak in the league. I had them down at 4 last week.
Okay.
Your Brooklyn Nets. I've got them at number 1.
Well, it's about time. You've ignored them for the past month.
I haven't ignored them. I didn't think they were deserving. And I'm not 100% confident that they're more deserving than Philadelphia. But I got them. I got them up there at the top.
Okay. All right. My power rankings, number 5, I got the Sixers. They've held, and that's not even a knock on them. They've held the 4 while Embiid's been down a little bit.
Sure.
So yeah, that's cool. That's cool. They're 5. Number 4, I got the Suns. Number 3, I got the Clippers. I love what the Clippers are doing. I see them turning it on right now. Number 2 is the Jazz. Number 1 is the Brooklyn Nets.
So no Kings, huh?
They're tied for 5, like you.
There you go. Okay, they're tied with the Sixers. I don't even know that we need to do powerless rankings anymore. Like the only fun part about powerless rankings is the what's happening theme. Like there's literally nothing good about this anymore. Like the teams are just bad. The Rockets, Timberwolves, Orlando, Detroit, Washington, put them in any sort of combination of bad that you want to, 1 through 5, but they're going to kind of hold down the fort there as it pertains to powerless rankings for a while.
The Rockets ain't leaving that number 1 spot. That bottom 3 is locked, although the Magic are probably going to make a run.
I was going to say Oklahoma City might infiltrate the powerless rankings as we roll along here.
That's true. That's true.
I want to, because we've mentioned it a couple of times, but haven't really, kind of dove into it. And I do want to get your thoughts on it because you hit us with the Idris gift after it was posted yesterday. Our man Brett tagged us in the post from Jason Anderson right after the show ended, in which Jason said Marvin was away from the team. Regular communication and you'll be reevaluated in a couple of weeks and all of that good stuff, but. You as I said, you hit us with the Stringer Bell gif. What do you think about Marvin? Because this all came from this conversation, I should say, this conversation with us. It all came from LaMelo Ball being on the bench with in the sling and kind of you could see essentially his antsiness of not being able to be on the court. You could see him interacting with guys. You could see him being very vocal with his team.
Right.
And you asked, did you notice anyone on the Kings bench doing that? And I thought, well, wait a minute. I didn't, but a lot like Deuce said in that message, like I wasn't looking for him. So we started going through this video and it's like, I feel like I'd be able to spot Marvin on a bench and I don't see him anywhere. Like, I don't think that he's out there. And sure enough, Jason Anderson hit us with a tweet after that Marvin Bagley's away from the team.
Yeah, man. I mean, if I don't want to blow it up, I don't like it. I'm gonna tell you that straight up. I don't like it. I think he should be there. But if that's how he feels best, so be it. I'll put it to you like this: it's just gonna be more of a hill to climb to get into the vibe that this team has when you come back. If you're not around for them having these type of moments and getting these type of feelings, you're gonna come in literally Scott Hall looking like the outsider. Like, oh, Okay, what's up? I'm not saying they're like mad at him or they look at him no way, but you haven't experienced this camaraderie that this team has built in the last week, 2 weeks. These new guys getting infiltrated or getting incorporated as well. You hadn't been there, so when you try to come back, it's like whatever, man.
The difference is Scott Hall came in and ran the show. Scott Hall came in with his buddy, and they yo, we are taking over. That's not what Marvin's gonna be able to do. Like this is already like this is already an organization that's clicking right now. This is already a group of teammates that's clicking right now. Yeah. And your line though about being an outsider it's perfect. Like why? Like you didn't again. There might be more to it because I'm going off a tweet. That's all I'm going off. I'm going off of what Jason Anderson tweeted, and he just happened to tweet it around the same time we were talking about it yesterday. I don't know that if there's more to this situation, or if it's just as simple as he's not around the team. If it's just as simple as he's not around the team, dude, why? Like you didn't need surgery. To the best of my knowledge, maybe he did, but like given the coach, you probably didn't leave town. Right. Would he just hold up in your apartment or hold up at your house? Like, what are you doing?
Right. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. And I know, like, I'm not asking him to come on the San Antonio road trip. I'm not saying that, but you had 3 games at the crib. Like, why couldn't you be there? All I know is, unless doctors told me not to be there, I would have been there. We see all the time where guys don't come. It's not unusual. They don't come to the game. So I don't want to make it like he's the only person that's ever done that. But like I said, you got LaMelo Ball sitting there on the sidelines in a sling. He did have surgery. He's in a sling, or I shouldn't say that. Maybe he didn't. But he's there. I don't understand why Marvin couldn't be there. And then, to be honest with you, Marvin's been there in the past when he's gotten hurt. He's been on the sideline in the past, so you can't even go back and say, oh, this is just what he does when he's hurt. He likes to do it by himself. He's been there in the past in a nice little blazer with a hoodie, some nice skinny jeans. Like, he's looked very nice. So we know he's done it. What's the issue this time?
Yeah. It just kind of falls into we don't know at all, but it feels like there's something else here between whether it's Marvin in the organization or Marvin in I don't know. It just feels like there's something else here. I can't think of a time. I feel like there was a stretch, and I might just be combining years, but 4 years, everyone has just said, man, we just want Marvin to get healthy. We're rooting for Marvin. We're rooting for the best of him. De'Aaron, we just want him to get it back there on the court. We just want the best for him. We want him to be healthy and blah 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 blah. It doesn't feel like there's been crossed words with his teammates, but still, I can't imagine like why you wouldn't want to be around your teammates. I'm sure it's really difficult for him not to play though. So let me not like it might be difficult like if I lost my voice and I'm like helping you like produce the show, but I can't talk. Like I don't know. It's the only comp I could come up with. Like maybe it's just too difficult for him. I don't know. It just seems weird, especially for this isn't like unusual for like ACLs or intensive rehab type things where you probably just don't want to be sitting in a certain position or an Achilles type injury, but this isn't that. So
they got all the space in the world now on that bench.
Right. You can sit in the stands for goodness sakes.
Right. So like I said, I just noticed it. It just sticks out. But here's the problem. When you don't address it and you leave it up to interpretation, all the things that's gone on this summer or this season, it all comes together. It has a cumulative effect where, all right, your dad's saying something, you don't want to talk about that, you don't check that. You're not with the team when you're hurt. Your uncle says something. Like, it all comes together, and if there's never any sign of the contrary, it's like, all right, well, I'm kind of left to my own interpretation of how you feel about this team, about this organization, about being here. And then also, like I said, I don't think they would say anything, like you said, cross about it, but they don't seem to be tripping. They're like, we having a great time.
Sure.
We having a blast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's the energy the team gives off. So it's a weird dynamic, man.
Yeah, Jason wrote in his column, Jason Anderson, Sacramento Bee wrote, the organization has a plan in place for Bagley's return and remains in constant communication as he recovers from the injury. A team source told the Sacramento Bee Bagley is progressing well toward a full recovery and will rejoin the team at the appropriate time. An update on his status will be provided in 2 to 3 weeks. Again, that's Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee.
Get well soon, Bags, for real, man. I'm not being a smart ass when I say that. Get well soon. If he wants to be part of what they're doing here, I'd love to have him back. You could definitely help on the basketball court, but you gotta bring yourself back into the fold at some point.
Off the bench, though, right?
Yeah, off the bench.
Okay, I was about to say that's a pretty active conversation here in the chat house here on Twitch and YouTube. It seems like that's consensus. You certainly can't mess with the starting lineup, and this starting lineup was the closing lineup during that first stretch of good play. Of the first 7 of 8 or 7 of 9 when the Kings were not that good, as Luke Walton told us, when during that stretch, this was the closing lineup. Now, obviously, it's the starting lineup and it's the closing lineup. So it doesn't feel like it's something that you can, Luke Walton will say, we're going to monitor everything and we'll make our adjustments as we go. Well, here we are, only a couple of weeks in. # no adjustments needed. You're good, coach. Let it ride. Let's see. Let's see what happens, because something is clicking with Tyrese and De'Aaron being out there.
Yep.
And go ahead. Hit your Usher soundbite if you want to. I don't know if this is a confession, but I mean, why not? Like if this is Buddy, if Buddy is 20 points per game, just like a cool little chill little score, man, it's perfect. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe I am confessing. There it is.
Man, I'm in the same boat, because I mean, it's just maybe the right word is it's digestible. He's playing a little better as well. I don't want to make it like he's been terrible and we're just like, it's still okay. No, he's actually playing better basketball. But the shortcomings that he does have, it's a little more digestible with Tyrese in there. And I also think the fact that Tyrese is in there and they're doing what they're doing has helped Buddy play better. It has taken if he had pressure, taking it off of his shoulders a little bit. I don't have to be the 23 point per game scorer that KC's talking about next to De'Aaron Fox. If I have 13 to 15 points, that's still cool. And that has opened him up to have 20 point games, because he's not pressing for 23. He's cool if I got 13 to 15, and that's opened him up. All of a sudden he's got 20 point games here and there. So I think
you went third person on us, didn't you?
Kind of, but I was speaking as if I was Buddy Hield.
Okay. I got you.
So is that still third person?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
no, it's not. You caught me there for a minute. They're like, wow, Kenny, okay.
I'm gonna bring out a good third person every now and then. Don't
I know you will.
I know you will bring out a third person.
I know that. I haven't even given you the proper introduction. This is TV's Kenny Caraway. So this is what this is.
Shout out to my man Marshall, man.
You guys
Sarah, Charlie, all you guys, man. Shout out.
You guys did great work last night. We should dive into the NCAA tournament here. In just a few minutes. Ramona Shelburne's going to join us at 2:20. We could dive into the NCAA tournament right now. You happy with what you saw yesterday?
Yeah. The teams that I thought were going to win, they took care of business. I was happy to see Houston do what they did. I like that. I liked Oregon State's journey as well, though. That was really cool to see as well. But Houston versus Baylor, that's going to be interesting. That is going to be interesting, because you got two feisty, physical teams. Houston's not going back down. They are not going to be tripping off Baylor. And this is a little bit of it's not the same exact thing, but what did myself and Coach Katz talk about earlier in the tournament after Loyola beat Illinois? You got the little bro getting a chance to finally play against the big bro. Baylor doesn't schedule Houston. So Houston, Waco and Houston, I don't know how far that is away. Somebody can let me know, but it's not that far away. I'm sure these guys have played each other in open gyms and, in AAU tournaments coming up and all this other stuff. And now on the big stage, they get to play each other. So I think Houston's going to be ready for Baylor. I think they're going to be ready for him. I'm still taking Baylor, but Houston, that's going to be a close game. I'll put it to you like that.
Okay. I'll have to go back and look to see if I had Baylor in this and if I had these two teams. I know I had Houston.
I think you had Houston. Yeah, I think you had Houston.
I definitely had Houston. We got USC and Gonzaga tonight and UCLA and Michigan. I assume you'll be on CBS 13 again following those games. What a run for UCLA to get this far. I might vomit if we wind up with UCLA and USC. That's just I don't know that I'm in on that. I don't know that I'm in on that. I don't know that I'm in on that.
I'm okay with that. That's good.
I'll be anxious to see how Gonzaga handles that one tonight, though. The best game of the night, though, was UConn and Baylor. It was funny, man. True story. Third quarter starts. Danny in San Francisco calls me, and yo, what are you up to? Like, yeah, I'm watching UConn Baylor. He's like, oh, how's it going? I was like, well, Baylor's up 2, but this is the start of the third quarter. UConn is legendary for making runs at the start of the third quarter, and if Baylor can sustain that, they're going to be fine. If not, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
19 points later, a 19-0 run from UConn. It was like, okay. Luckily, Baylor was up a little bit, so it's not like they were all of a sudden down 16 points. So they had built up a little lead. They had kind of fought, but they got antsy. It's like every team that plays UConn knows that run is coming, and this is for years. This is dating back to Maya's team. Like, this has been going on forever. Like, teams think that they can be in something close, and then all of a sudden UConn scores like 8 points in a row, 9 points in a row, 10 points in a row, and you can see the opponents panicking. Like, you can actually see it on the television screen. You can see them start to panic. You can see them start to shoot threes. You could see them completely lose their composure. Kim Mulkey, no timeout. Who says the hell with it? Run, fix it. And they couldn't. They finally slowed things down. I felt like they never really regained their composure. Now, they were still left with an opportunity to win. They still wound up, thanks to a couple of missed free throws there, with an opportunity to win. And we were talking about this during the commercial break. I hated Mulkey's strategy at the end of that game. Baylor's down 1 with the ball, 18 seconds left, and they try to run for the final play. I don't understand why you do that, because if you're down 1, you miss the shot. Now, you could talk about the foul and all of that stuff as much as you want to. But because they didn't run that play 3 seconds earlier, they went to the foul line. It didn't matter that they went to the foul line. There was like 0.8 seconds left. If you had run it with 3.8 seconds left, then you have the opportunity to actually run a play and tie the game. I hated everything about what Kim Mulkey did on that final possession. Everything, foul or not, and it was a foul. Everybody knows it was a foul. It was a terrible missed call, but still, they should have. It's just weak.
Yeah, I don't know how you missed that call. Real quick, you bringing up that scenario reminds me of one of the sneaky things about what happened Saturday night with the Kings. And to your point, De'Aaron, the shot that he missed against Larry Nance, he went quick. He went quick, missed the shot. I think they had, I couldn't say, probably 12 seconds or something like that, maybe even less. But to your point, they were down 1. He went quick with the shot. They gave them an opportunity to score. They had 2 more possessions after that. They had De'Aaron's and 1, and then they had the Harrison Barnes possession. So, yeah, I'm with you. You're down 1. You got to go. You got to go get that early.
Murph, don't hang up. We're going to get you in just a heartbeat. We're going to dive back into the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk a little bit about the San Francisco 49ers as well. Some on this dates, all good stuff coming as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Ooh, da-doo-doo. Dude, why on earth is Ray Rice trending?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, what did Quavo do? Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
yeah, this is no good. Oh yeah, this is no good. All right, we'll just go ahead and leave that for other people. We'll leave that. We're having too much fun today to worry about that. We will leave that for other people.
Damn.
Yeah, Mulkey's eyes have. I started to think she does it now as a bit. Like they've just gotten darker as the years have gone on. Yes, do not ever quote Kim Mulkey. Never, never, never. She is she's something else. She's something else.
What exactly? I meant to see it a couple times. What exactly did she say?
She said the NCAA should suspend COVID testing for the rest of the tournament because wouldn't it be a shame if someone tested positive and had to miss the tournament? So she was just like, let it go. Just let everybody go. And all the while, she's like, adjust, like she can't figure out how her mask works. It's like, Kim, like.
That's what I did see. She looked crazy trying to put that on.
There's a lot I've heard about her. She's I remember one of the wildest moments. I knew Brittany Griner's agent pretty well.
Uh-huh.
And I remember the first time I saw Brittany out of Baylor, I was floored because she has colorful ink all down her arm.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, did she like just get that? And then I started thinking like, wait a minute. No, she's always worn long sleeve compressions.
That's right. She did.
They wanted the tattoos covered up.
Wow.
At Baylor.
Oh boy. Okay.
I remember seeing Brittany thinking like it was I was like, wow, like, man, she got a lot of work done in short order. And it's, oh, no, that wasn't it. Okay. That wasn't the only thing she asked her to hide either.
Wow.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Wow. Yeah, that's an interesting lady then.
Baylor's Waco, Texas. Who's the men's coach at Baylor?
What's his name? Drew. Okay. It's not Bryce Drew.
Ramsey will know.
It's something Drew. I'm drawing a blank. I always want to say Bryce Drew, but it's not Bryce Drew, obviously.
What was that?
Scott Drew.
All I heard was like did Jesse just hiccup in the microphone? What happened? Chiron just wrote on Twitter, my neighbor finally took down their Trump-Pence 2020 sign.
Oh, my.
Just today, 5 months after the election.
Oh, my.
If you had that, and God bless all of you, if you had that sign up in your yard, you had it up for a different reason.
Yeah, right.
Okay. I would have taken it down for him. Hey, let me help you with this. Let me help you with this, pal.
You need a hand?
I got you, buddy. These are my confessions. 17 games. We get that Bengals thing confirmed.
Making this damn good.
Hope you're having as much fun as we are. Ramona Shelburne set to join us at 2:20. We'll be talking about De'Aaron Fox and the Sacramento Kings with her. She wrote a fantastic piece on De'Aaron just about a month ago. She reposted it on Twitter yesterday after De'Aaron was named the Western Conference Player of the Week for the second time this season. Just wrapped up a conversation on college hoops. Remember that ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. I'm Damian Barling. He is TV's Kenny Caraway. You want more talk about the Elite Eight, soon to be Final Four? Make sure you check out KC and Marshall Harris tonight. Immediately following the Elite Eight games on CBS 13 Sacramento. Just stick around as the games conclude. You don't have any Kings games to switch over to anyway. That's what you should be watching.
Actually, we are not on tonight.
How is that possible? There are games tonight. Who do I got to call?
The games are on TBS. Yeah.
You let me get through that whole thing, huh? Without.
Well, no, I researched because, well, to be honest with you, I wasn't sure myself. So I had to go through my emails and I had to look through everything. I was like, I don't know if we're on. I don't think so. And then I checked the games, and yeah, they're on TBS.
I'm gonna call somebody.
I can go on anyway.
He ain't gonna fix nothing, but I'm gonna call somebody.
I mean, I could go on anyway.
Your ass better call somebody. It's gonna be me. Speaking of, it's not really speaking of, but speaking of, on this day, the "I'm sorry, I love you" super kick.
Yes.
There's a lot of on this days regarding WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I love you super kick from Shawn Michaels to Ric Flair that sent wrestling fans all over the country crying. And then you had Stone Cold's final match, WrestleMania 19 against the People's Champ, The Rock. Another emotional moment in which The Rock pushes referee Earl Hebner away. He whispers a couple of things to Stone Cold Steve Austin after the match. He gets up, he poses, he kisses his mom, he wipes some tears away, and he leaves the ring to Stone Cold Steve Austin, who exits for the final time as a professional wrestler.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Damien. I gotta go back and watch that. I don't think I've ever seen Stone Cold's last match.
WrestleMania 19, yeah, it's really good. It's not my favorite. 17 is my favorite, but it's really good.
Did he know? Well, obviously he knew.
I
but
think
was it
he
like
knew.
An injury thing, or
yeah,
what?
I think he knew, but maybe like him and Jim Ross knew, and probably Vince, but it wasn't promoted as his final
It wasn't
match.
like Flair's last match.
Not at all. It wasn't even close. Nothing like that. It was referenced. It wasn't mentioned. It wasn't mentioned like till like much later. It wasn't even mentioned the next night that it was Stone Cold's last match. I think they were letting him kind of heal to see how he feels, and he never wrestled again. Like that was it. WrestleMania 19, it was over. And that was the night that Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar ended WrestleMania 19 when Brock Lesnar tried a shooting star press, missed, and landed square on his head.
I never.
Where
was 19?
Seattle. I had tickets to it. I was working at KSFM at the time, and WWF at the time gave me tickets, and they were terrible. And so I was trying to make the decision: do I? Because it's it's one thing to have like terrible seats at Golden One Center.
Yeah.
It's another thing to have terrible seats at like Safeco Fieldhouse.
Right.
And I was like, am I going to pay a couple of $100s to fly to Seattle? Because they literally gave them to me like the day before or 2 days before. And I just decided I'm not going to go. And I've regretted it ever since.
But the only thing, now see, I think that's when
Wouldn't have been able to see a damn thing, but I still regret not being in the building for that.
No matter, you got to be there for that. You got to be there. But the only thing that I think I remember from that one, and I don't think I even watched that WrestleMania live. That might have been when I lost my smile.
Yes, when you lost your smile.
But was that the one where Cena did the battle rap with Fabulous?
Yes, and it was supposed to be. He did it with like a cutout, I think.
Yes,
it was supposed to be with. It was supposed to be with Jay-Z. Think about that. Like that long ago, it was supposed to be John Cena and Jay-Z, and
Jay was on board.
Apparently, the way the story is told, it was all set up, and then Jay backed out like late into the game, and they didn't really have time to do any sort of substitution. I think they tried to get Fabulous, and then they wound up doing the thing with the cardboard cutout.
He killed that. He did a great job with that.
Yeah,
it cracks me up.
Silly stuff, man. But we love it. We absolutely love it.
Maybe when the Kings come back home, they can put a cardboard cutout of Marvin Bagley next to the bench.
That felt unnecessary.
Well,
that felt a little bit. That felt a little bit hard.
If he's not going to be there, put him there.
But wouldn't that make matters worse?
Definitely would.
I feel like that would make matters worse. Let's bring our man Murph in there. Hopefully he's still there. God, we've kept him on hold forever. Hi, Murph.
Hey, I can wait forever for you guys. You guys are my favorite show.
Oh, there's so much love on this show today.
Hey, prayers up the road, dog. We just had a heart attack, man, like last Thursday, I think.
I read that. Yeah, good call.
Get well soon.
Yeah. In regards to what you guys are saying about Bagley, yeah, we don't know what's going on, but to me as a fan, it does not look good. I mean, Whiteside had COVID 3 times, and that dude was on the bench supporting that team.
Probably shouldn't have been if he had COVID 3 times. Your point well taken. I'm just, you know.
I'm saying, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, why? I mean, as a player, right? Like, as a player, you don't just grow when you're on the court. You grow being in the locker room. You grow being around the ups and downs with this team. And I feel like his growth is not going to keep reaching, to the level that we need him to get to if he's always at home. This is not the first time he's been at home during these injuries. And I know that if it was like a leg thing or something else, they don't want you to get on flights because of, swelling up and all that. But this is a non-surgery hand. And to tell me that you can't be on that bench supporting your team unless there's more that we don't know, which is the case, then yeah. But also to talk about what you guys are thinking about this being different, yeah, it is different. Because I feel like for the first time, obviously all year, Luke has a bench. We have pieces now that if the starters don't have to play A+, we don't need, Buddy to shoot perfect. We don't need Fox to come in and be Fox, even though he has been. Because Haliburton's been, I always call him Haliburton because hallelujah that we have him. Haliburton's been the starting lineup, and look at what Fox has been doing. He's leading the league, the whole league in scoring. Yeah. Haliburton has been in. It is different because now you have pieces off the bench. You have Joel Wright who can come in now and he can handle the ball, so Fox doesn't have to have the ball the whole time, or Haliburton doesn't have to have the ball the whole time. And I think it is different, and it feels great because it's the pieces, and they're not even like gelled together yet because they haven't played together enough. But once this team, I feel like, gets together and like forms this, you can see it on the court. The confidence level is just ridiculous. They're having fun out there. They're no passes. It feels good. It's different.
Absolutely, man. I'm with you 100%, Murph.
Yeah. Great stuff, Murph. We appreciate you as always, my friend. I gotta get Murph a nameplate here for Twitch and for YouTube. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge and Odyssey Station. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app, formerly the radio.com app. We blew that bad boy up and we're moving along. We buried it like the Undertaker back. We buried it like Kane did when he threw Undertaker in the casket and set it on fire at the 1998 Royal Rumble. That's what we did with the radio.com app. In Odyssey has been born. You could also watch us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel.
How many times has the Undertaker been burned up in the casket?
Oh my God! How many? The Undertaker has been. I think he's only been burned up in the casket once.
Well, but Randy Orton burned him up, didn't he?
Did Randy Orton burn him up too?
Yeah.
Randy Orton be burning fools up like crazy. Like
Randy got him.
I'm beginning to think Randy might be a bit of a firebug, if you will.
Yeah, Randy got him because I think I saw something about that where Randy almost burnt himself up because the oil or the gas.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. Like the Undertaker's had a bad go. I remember one of his explosions burned him. Like the pyrotechnic guy like hit the button at the wrong time. And it literally set the Undertaker on fire. Like it burned his whole jacket, and he had to go into an elimination chamber match. Oh. So they started throwing water bottles at him in the chamber, and you see him dumping them all over his body. Now this is the Undertaker. Like the Undertaker reacts to nothing, so he immediately throws off his jacket, which is fully engulfed in flames here at this point, and is walking to the ring trying to keep the Undertaker straight face. It's really a phenomenal thing to see as he does not break character. He gets in the ring and he's pacing around this little pod that is as tiny can be, and the referee starts putting water bottles underneath the pod, so he's dumping them all over himself, and you just see his skin start to turn a very, very uncomfortable red. And then after he finally goes in, he wrestles the match with, his upper body in like 3rd-degree burns or 2nd-degree burns or something like that.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
The Undertaker has gone through hell. I guess as that character. He has very, very literally gone through hell. Which the San Francisco 49er fan base may be doing as well. My partner included, as the talk of drafting Mac Jones is running more wild than Hulkamania did in 1987. And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they were asked yesterday, why were you at Mac Jones's pro day?
We have people at all the spots. A lot of people we trust and people we meet with here over the next month. I normally don't like to go to them a bunch unless I feel unless I have to for some reason. But I also have been kind of grown up in the idea that you don't like to go everywhere and show people things. And when you're sitting at 12 and stuff, I don't want to go to a bunch of quarterback pro days and things like that. Now that you move up to 3, you don't have to hide as much. It's not as big of a deal to me as it might have been when we were sitting at 12. Also, Alabama's already had one. This is their second one. And just talking with, with Fields' agent and everything, we'll get another one from him too, so we'll be able to see him. So that kind of made it an easy decision.
All right. So we mentioned Fields. We mentioned Mac Jones. Okay. I got a question for you.
Ask away.
Is there any chance? Because you asked, it's kind of a answering a question with a question, because you asked me this yesterday. Are we sure that the 49ers, that Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, are we sure that they know what the New York Jets are doing?
Mm-hmm.
Let me hit you with a different hypothetical.
Okay.
Is there any chance at all that the Jets aren't taking a quarterback?
No, I think there's a chance.
Like Sam Darnold, like we might, because you and I think we're both in it. Like Sam Darnold isn't like trash. Like his career is not over. Like he's not a backup for the rest of his career. He's probably, if he doesn't have the job with the New York Jets, he's probably gonna he'll likely get a job somewhere.
He'll get a job.
No,
what job?
Is he a backup? How long has he been a quarterback? What, 2-3 years? Like he's already trash.
What's Baker? Baker been in the league 3 years?
3
or 4?
He's entering his 4th. Yeah, this will be his 4th year coming up.
Darnold is entering his 4th, right? They came in the same class.
Okay,
I think they did.
Okay. So Darnold was 3rd in that, and I know Baker was 1st. So okay, all right. I was just asking. I think
there's a chance they don't take a quarterback, though. I think they, like, if you ask me, I think they will. I think they are taking Zach Wilson, and they'll try to move Sam Darnold. But I think there's a very real chance that they don't get a quarterback.
Okay. Because I now that as I ask that question out loud, I have to definitively say no. There's no chance. Because
why?
Because remember your scenario yesterday about the Atlanta Falcons making the Godfather offer to try to jump the San Francisco 49ers and offering everything to Robert Saleh and that group there in New York to get that second pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could do that for an offensive tackle, because you'd still get the offensive tackle at 4. I really didn't work through this. When I had this question for you, I really didn't work through this in my brain enough, because the answer is definitively no. They're absolutely taking a quarterback. They have to. Otherwise, your scenario would work.
Yeah, well, the offer hasn't been made, so they haven't declined the offer. And it may never be
Allegedly.
made. Allegedly. It may never be made.
Okay. All right, just throwing it out there.
I said, somebody. I'm not going to do this for a month. I'll tell you that. I promise everybody out there. I'm not going to.
You've got a 4-hour radio show Monday through Friday, my friend. We may very well be doing this for the next month. And guess what? You get to do it for 8 hours on the 29th.
That's fine. I mean,
29th of April.
49ers can't take Mac Jones, man. They cannot take.
Just gonna get you a shirt. Hey, Don, Dope Ones, if you're listening, can we get my man Kenny a shirt that says the 49ers can't take Mac Jones?
They can't take Mac Jones. You didn't do all of that for Mac Jones. Once again, guys, Mac Jones come around every year, B. They just do. Mm-hmm. And people are always like, well, what if you see Tom Brady? He wasn't a supreme athlete, and Drew Brees and all this. Fam, they weren't the number 3 pick in the draft. That's the whole thing. Like, if you want to find you a Mac Jones in the 6th round, cool, take a shot. That's fine. Not number 3. I said it before, and I'll say it again. If Justin Fields, if Trey Lance, and if Zach Wilson is there, if those guys don't work out, if they fail, because there's a very real possibility they don't work out, I can live with that. You're not always going to hit 100%. You're not always going to try. But if Kyle Shanahan fails with Mac Jones, I can't deal with that. I just can't. If Kyle Shanahan takes Mac Jones, I got a real estate agent for him to call to put his house on the market if he just takes him, because you're on your way out. I'm going to tell you that right now. You're on your way out. Start packing your bags. Start going on Trulia, going on what is it, Red Pine or what, Redfin, whatever. Start looking for houses wherever else. If you want to go back to Texas or whatever, do that, because your days will be numbered in San Francisco. It ain't happening.
Zillow
Works too.
Just tell him to stop paying his mortgage, as Jeff says right here. He can move right along. Jeff's like, hey, take that Kenny Caraway advice and just stop paying your mortgage.
Once again, not Kenny Caraway's advice.
Oh, okay. That's not how we heard it. I ain't paid my mortgage since you told me not to. You have long advocated, like well before the San Francisco 49ers traded for the number 3 overall pick in the draft. You have advocated for the Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes dynamic with Jimmy Garoppolo. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch were asked about that yesterday.
That's a good example. I think that's the most obvious example of having a really good quarterback and drafting a young guy and still having success that year with your veteran and moving on the next year. So that's the nearest one we have to go off of. But I don't really look at stuff like that because I think each situation's its own situation. I mean, when you go back to other years, they traded this for this, so is this worth it? Each situation is its own situation. And I look at ours, I learn from everything through my own experience and just reading about football and watching it over the years. And that's why we all develop our opinions. But just like the perfect play call or the perfect throw, you don't know till the end of it. I mean, stuff is adjusting at all times, and you got to always be ready to adjust and do the best with the opportunities you have.
Whole lot of nothing. It's strikingly similar to the Monty McNair press conference. That's okay.
What he said was right, though. I mean, you can't look at trades, and I see Ramsey in here talking about the last decent Alabama quarterback was Ken Stabler. Not saying he's wrong, but that can't be what you use to disqualify Mac Jones, if that's who you were taking, right? Like every situation is different, every trade is different, every player is different. I can make the argument for people who think Justin Fields should go number 2. When's the last time Ohio State put a good quarterback out there? Like that ain't happened no time soon. So it's what. And to that point as well, what school does produce quarterbacks?
Yeah, I'm not sure that there is one.
The closest one that I could think of right now would be Clemson.
I mean,
and
like
we
I can
see Trevor Lawrence.
I can think of Oklahoma. Baker,
Stafford, Baker.
They
had some duds in there.
Jalen,
Kyler.
Didn't Jalen play a year there?
Jalen played a year there.
And I think he's the starting quarterback. I have no idea what Philadelphia is doing. I think he's the starting quarterback in Philadelphia, but I have no idea.
Yeah, it'd probably be Oklahoma right now. It's probably what it would be. But that's probably the only one.
Okay.
Florida don't do it.
I mean, you can name a bunch of quarterbacks from USC, but
they don't do it.
How many? Right, exactly. Like how many of them are good?
What has LSU done? I don't think LSU's done it. Yeah. Nah.
Where did Tony go?
I didn't mean Stafford. I meant Bradford.
Sam Bradford,
the
with the greatest agent in the history of professional football.
Man, got paid.
I think he's probably still getting paid somewhere. Like I absolutely believe it. One more clip from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They were asked if the right offer came along for Jimmy Garoppolo, would you make the deal?
Yeah, that's accurate with every player on our team. I mean, probably including myself. If someone blows us away with a trade for me, I bet you John gets rid of me. So it's that's I mean, definitely. I mean, we're in a situation where when you bring in a starting quarterback, when you bring in a rookie quarterback, to me, it's always better, especially on the team that you have. If you got a veteran starter there already who you like and you're comfortable winning with, that's usually the direction you want to go, and not throw someone else out into the fire until they're fully ready. And that's the situation we're at. If you look at free agency, if it goes the other way around and you do things differently, maybe. But right now, Jimmy, it's going to be hard to find a quarterback that gives us a better chance to win than Jimmy right now, especially even a rookie in the draft. So that's what you look into. Now, if someone wanted something for that and it can make your team better in a lot of other ways, you listen to that, but it also depends on how good you feel about that rookie. And we're not there yet right now. And odds are we probably won't be. That's why we're happy that we don't have to be that way. We got a guy in here who we know we can win with, a guy that our players love, that we love. And we're excited to have him this year, and we're excited to have a hell of a quarterback right behind him, learning from when the time's his.
Okay. There you have it.
I mean,
John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
There's only one thing that matters to me right now. There's only one thing.
That the 49ers don't draft Mac Jones?
That's it. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Trade Jimmy tomorrow if you want. Do whatever you want to do with Jimmy Garoppolo. There's one thing that matters, and that's they do not draft Mac Jones.
Real talk. And I don't mean this to be like a jerk. I'm just like, I mean this like in just terms of the conversation. How many Kings fans were like you with Marvin Bagley? Like do not draft Marvin Bagley. Like do not. Now it felt like there was a clear-cut player to take, and I don't know if in this case there's a clear-cut player for the 49ers to take.
That's the difference. They didn't want Marvin because they wanted Luka. I just don't want Mac.
Okay.
And that sounds harsh to the young fella. I understand that. I hope he has a great career. I hope he does a lot of good things, but I don't want the 49ers to draft him at 3. Really don't.
Okay. Would you care if they drafted him at 12?
Yeah, because they wouldn't have gave up all this stuff. Like if they drafted him at 12, number one, that probably means all the quarterbacks are gone. So I understand that. Like he's probably the 4th best quarterback. You draft him in that spot. So that's cool. And they wouldn't have given up 3 years worth of first round picks. So I'd be just fine with him at 12.
So just the cost of what it took to get to 3 is why it ties in nicely to what we've been saying about the Sacramento Kings in the upcoming draft and the way that they're playing and all of that. It doesn't matter. I bring up Marvin Bagley and unless something drastically turns around, and it may not turn around in the Sacramento Kings uniform, that pick hasn't worked out. Like, so with the 49ers, with the Kings, it's just draft right. Whether you're drafting at 1, 2, 5, 12, 15, get the right player for your team, for your roster, for your system, for your needs.
That's all it is. And even to your Luka Bagley point, the Kings didn't give up anything to go get Marvin Bagley and not get Luka. Like that's the real X factor here. You gave up a lot, and it was worth it for a guy that you believe in. Now, if you believe in Mac Jones over the other quarterbacks, you know what I said yesterday about Kyle Shanahan. He's the one that really makes me nervous because sometimes, I got to be honest with you, I don't know what the hell he'd be seeing in quarterbacks. I really don't.
This heel turn on Kyle Shanahan the last 2 days has been one of my favorite things in show history. Because in August it was young Shanny and my guy. But now it's woo.
He's still young Shanny, but he's had this word on him since he drafted Beathard. He's had this word on him, and you can just make plays, Kyle. Just make plays. Don't choose the quarterback. John needs to step in here. John Lynch needs to step in here. Just call the plays. Make the plays, design the plays.
That's not how this relationship works, fam.
Well, it happened.
Kyle got the job first. John Lynch texted Kyle, said, "Hey, what do you think about me being your GM?" And they hired him. The power dynamic is the power dynamic is not that of other organizations. I think with San Francisco.
I don't trust Kyle with quarterbacks, man. This man got C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round.
There's more I want to talk about with the Kings, including how does this excitement that we're experiencing, I think most of us are experiencing excitement right now around the Sacramento Kings. How does this compare to the year with Dave Joerger? The 39-win season. How does it compare to that? And we're going to spend some time talking about how amazing De'Aaron Fox is, and I'm going to ask Ramona Shelburne why he is the greatest player that she's ever seen. Ramona Shelburne joins us next here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. These are my confessions. Yeah. Got to get my the little nameplate ready for Ramona. Y'all think I'm kidding when I say every day, every single day, 12 o'clock sneaks up on us. It's just like all of a sudden it's 12 o'clock. And it's like crap. Like crap, we still got stuff to do. But it's all love, man. It's the most fun job in the world. The most fun job in the world. And shout out to Jesse, man. Jesse was the one who he had the idea to book Ramona Shelburne based off her retweeting that article yesterday, and he's the one who reached out to her. So Jesse getting big producer creds today. Not that he doesn't get them every day, but he worked hard today. There you go. Nothing wrong with a little hockey assist. There we go. Let's get Ramona in here. All right. Y'all still talking about YG. Y'all crazy. Dude, for real, man. Casey has hit us with a heel turn, man. I think it's fantastic. Like, he has turned heel. He has chair-shotted Kyle Shanahan in the back with Dean Ambrose just looking along. Oh, they changed our Twitter header. Discover your favorite station and more now on Odyssey. I'm excited about the company's name change. It's pretty awesome. I was trying to tell my boss, like, I don't think they care. I don't think anybody cares. Like, I don't think our audience cares. But it is a big deal. We've got to just mention things like our company is pretty awesome. They do some pretty dope things. Like our platforms, like the way that, like, we have a partnership with, believe it or not, with Twitch. And so we're on the verge, and I had mentioned this to you. We probably should do this. We probably should talk about this week, because they really like, I say what we're doing, but really they like what you're doing on Twitch. And so they want to they want to like help with it. And I think it involves like running like 3 minutes of commercials an hour. And you can, like, I guess you can subscribe to it without the commercial. Like, there's a bunch of different things, but what it does is they'll put it on the, like, if you go to twitch.com, they'll put it like on the front page where, you know, hundreds and hundreds of people will watch. So I don't know how close we are to that, but I know it's something that they've talked about. So
believe in me.
Yeah, unplanned, Leland. Like Kenny logged. I was like, Kenny, I need you to log onto the video. Like, we figured out what was wrong with Kenny's sound yesterday. I was like, I need to check it to make sure you're good. And then Kenny, he logs in, and all I hear is him laughing. And I'm like, yo, what's the deal? And I look at the screen, and it's like, and it was like 11:54. So I was like, well, I'm not changing. You're not changing. Well, I guess we just gonna rock. We're gonna rock denim together. I got pink. I don't have black. I got pink though. We in here, baby. Thrilled that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Make sure you hit the follow, hit the share, hit the subscribe, hit the little bell so you're alerted when we go live. Do the same thing over at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and hit the thumbs up as you're watching the video. Make your plans to watch us, listen to us on the Odyssey app, or listen to us on ESPN 1320, and stick around for college hoops coverage. ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Ramona Shelburne wrote an extensive piece on De'Aaron Fox. She actually wrote it last month. She retweeted it yesterday after De'Aaron Fox was named the Western Conference Player of the Week for the second time this season. She's going to join us here in just about 2 minutes or so. And I'll be anxious. You know, we often talk about the national media's perspective of the Sacramento Kings, and we've talked about the national media's perspective of De'Aaron Fox. Well, now we're going to get that from one of the top NBA insiders in the league, one of the top NBA insiders in media. We'll get her perspective straight from her regarding De'Aaron Fox and the Sacramento Kings.
I'm interested to see it because I still think there's a level of I don't want to go overboard and call it disrespect or whatever, because it doesn't have to be that. It just kind of gets overlooked a little bit more than I think he should, especially considering the numbers that he's putting up out there. And I know the biggest thing about it is probably just the wins and losses. Mm-hmm. He's got to get this team in a playoff situation or get him to be a winning team. But I mean, there's other guys that are in his same win type of situation that get their type of just due. So I'm interested to hear what she thinks about that. And after kind of researching Fox and everything that she did to put that story out there, why she feels that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah. And De'Aaron, again, De'Aaron with kind of a different performance last night than he has had, during the bulk of this win streak, as he didn't have 38 points. He didn't have 20 in the fourth quarter. There was no dominant takeover moment, though he did have nine in the fourth quarter. And it felt like when it was time to kind of, and this is unusual because it doesn't really happen with the Sacramento Kings, but when it was time to put the Spurs away, they did it.
Yeah.
Like the Kings did it. De'Aaron did it. And that's just, again, that's not a sentence I'm used to uttering here when we talk about the Sacramento Kings. We're not normally, I think there was a time earlier this season where we were talking about, it's cool. They're winning games. They're not, you said this earlier, they're not running away from anybody. Mm-hmm. They're not blowing anybody out. They're winning games by 2, which a win is a win.
Right.
But it goes into what we've, kind of the theme of the day. This feels a little bit different.
They're a little bit relentless on the offensive end. They keep coming. They're going to keep scoring. And the real question in these games are they going to get enough stops? And if they can get enough stops, it's hard to kind of fathom and to put into perspective, but it's kind of getting to the point where you're not going to stop them from scoring. I almost didn't want to say that, but that's kind of what you're not going to stop them from scoring. They're going to put up numbers. They don't really have a style per se. They're not this run and gun type team or super 3-point team or nothing like that. They just get buckets. And if they, we keep mentioning, if they can find a way to get stops, they can run away from teams like they did yesterday in San Antonio.
Spurs have lost 5 of their last 6. The Sacramento Kings' next opponent is the San Antonio Spurs. It's coming up tomorrow. They're still in San Antonio, and there's been a stretch of basketball here where we've talked about, Cleveland. We've talked about Golden State without Steph, and we've talked about the Atlanta Hawks, who they had a stretch of basketball where they were playing well. They've got the Lakers coming up, or at least a version of the Lakers coming up, that same version that they beat, before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
But you've got Milwaukee ahead. The Jazz are within eyesight. Now you've got some other games in between with the Wolves and the Pistons and things like that. But they've got some tougher matchups coming up, and I'll be anxious to see how they measure up against teams like the Bucks, like the Jazz. Will they be able to take advantage of? I mean, I assume Andre Drummond is going to be playing for this Lakers team. He's going to be a bit of a wild card compared to the last time that they played. But there's not going to be any Anthony Davis, not going to be any LeBron James. It'll be, they've got some tests ahead of them.
Even more than that, Damian, I'm interested. There you go, in the Invisalign doing what they do.
You got it. That's all right. That's all right.
I'm interested to see how they do against a Lakers team with no LeBron and AD. Yeah, Andre Drummond might be there, but that's the game you should take care of. I'm interested to see how they do against Minnesota, Detroit. These games should be beatdown games. I'm not saying tomorrow should be a beatdown game, but like I mentioned earlier, I ain't afraid of y'all. I ain't afraid to say they're better than the Spurs. They should beat the Spurs tomorrow. The Spurs can't keep up offensively with what the Kings like to do. And if they are composed enough, if they're strong enough with what they're doing on the offensive end, they should beat the Spurs tomorrow. I want to see what they do against those teams, because to be honest with you, Damian, if you're going to get back into this thing, those are the ones that you can't lose. You got to handle that. You got to handle Minnesota. You got to handle Detroit again. You got to handle a Lakers team with no LeBron and AD. You're getting a Christmas gift early right there, having to play those guys without those two. So I want to see what they do against those guys. Those should be victories and relatively comfortable victories.
And we got to be careful to not move the goalpost either, because that's kind of what we've been talking about this whole time, is they can really get back into it if they beat the bad teams. And that's exactly what they've done. Let's bring in Ramona Shelburne, NBA insider for ESPN, wrote that extensive piece on De'Aaron Fox. Ramona, thank you so much for joining us. We really just wanted to bring you in to tell us, we wanted your perspective as to why De'Aaron Fox is the best player in the NBA right now. De'Aaron Fox, the guy you wrote about. Yeah, this is right. I thought that was the whole point of the column. Best player in the league.
Yeah. Here's the deal. The last time I wrote this story, it was right after they won 7 in a row. You remember? 7 out of 8.
Yeah.
And he got Player of the Week, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's do a De'Aaron Fox story. He was going to be like in All-Star contention, and then they went lost. What was it, 9 in a row or something?
Yeah.
Like, the story was coming. This was like, as a writer, when you do these stories, it's all timing. Okay, so we did the interview. I did all my reporting like right after their win streak. They started losing a couple. I was like, okay, they're coming back to earth a little bit. But then we were like, we better get this out before they lose like a goal. So I got it out. And then so I'm kind of like, okay, let's get this out. Otherwise, we're going to lose 3 in a row. You know what day we dropped that story? We dropped the story in the morning. It looked good. Then Tiger Woods got in a car accident that day.
Oh, man.
So I don't even think I tweeted it. It was just like the whole world stopped.
Well,
right?
You tweeted it yesterday.
So I retweeted it yesterday. So okay, good. I was like, they won 4, then they won 5. I think I tweeted it during the day after they won 4, and then they won again. And I was like, okay, it's safe to tweet again. Play the week again.
Yeah.
That's like, you got to time it right with those, right?
Yeah, that's interesting because when I heard that you retweeted a story that you had written before, I was like, I know I wouldn't have missed the Ramona story, especially on De'Aaron Fox. How did I miss that? But you talk about it was the day Tiger Woods got in an accident. Yeah, that might be the reason why it flew under my radar.
You missed it. Yeah, it was like one of those. I was like, man, this is some bad timing right here.
Yeah.
It was like in bad taste if you tweeted out. Like, I mean, I was down at the hospital covering Tiger in a car accident. That was just bad, and I don't think De'Aaron would have liked that either, right? I mean,
right.
So he just like, you know what? Let's hold it new again.
Well, let's just hope they don't lose 9 in a row. And that honestly, Ramona, has been the conversation all day. Like we've been through this before. Like we've been through it this year. Like, and we're always curious, like, what is your perspective? Like, you cover the entire league. You're one of the most respected journalists in the entire league. Like, what is your perspective on the Sacramento Kings right now?
So I have a lot of experience, obviously, with Luke Walton from being down here in LA, as a player and as a coach. Okay. And I'll tell you what, like, this Kings team has the same kind of development cycle that the Lakers that he was coaching pre-LeBron had, right? Good young players, you're kind of growing them together. You want them to, you have a couple of good vets. Like, I really like that they kept Harrison Barnes. I know they probably could have made a good deal with somebody if they wanted, but he's such an important veteran for them, just teaching those young kids how to play together, right? And how to win and having that stabilizing influence on that locker room. And I think that what you're seeing is that they really don't have any depth right now, right? Like, they have like 5-6 guys that can play right now, and they had a lot of injuries, especially during that losing streak. And so when they would get an injury here or there, it was a really big deal. Now you're putting somebody out there who's really not accustomed or ready to play all those minutes. But I think what they're doing is they just have made it very clear. De'Aaron Fox is our guy, okay? And we're building around him. And, I think Haliburton's been a really nice addition. That's I don't know if they even thought he would fall to them, but he did. And so that's been a really good pickup. And they play together well. I wonder what they do in the offseason if they keep those veterans, because they could have had deals for them now, right? But Bobby Marks had a good point. I can't remember if he made on Instagram or one of the shows. It all blends together to me at this point. But because look, he has a big contract. Like, sometimes it's just like you have to pay somebody, okay? And when you're paying somebody and they're a good veteran on a good contract, like, that's like you're gonna end up spending that money on something else, right? And do you want to spend the money on somebody that may not be as good of a contract, right? That may not be as good of a veteran? Like, you don't just give away guys like that. I think, even though just because other teams want them, unless you really get something valuable. And so maybe later when he has, less years left on his deal, maybe Harrison gets traded, maybe Buddy gets traded. But I think right now they're just rolling with this group and trying to see what they can build together and trying to give the young coach, Luke Walton, I can't tell you guys, like, De'Aaron Fox is really loyal to Luke Walton. Like, they are, I don't know how deep dive you got into the story, but a lot of it was, his fiance, Rasay Caldwell, right? They have these long talks, like, you got to get Luke back. Like, Luke has your back, you got to get his back. Like, that is really, like, she's almost a member of a coaching staff. She's sort of an extension of the coaching staff in a way. And I don't know if you know her background, but it was really incredible. She played in college, played at Cal, played at Baylor, played in the WNBA for a little bit. But then she wanted to go be a coach and was thinking, and she was coaching with the Warriors at one point on Steve Kerr's staff. He wanted to keep her. Like, he really wanted to keep her on the team. But I think she was moving around a little bit. Aaron's personal, they got engaged, etc. And during the off season, when they really couldn't have many people around, like everybody had to work out in masks with one coach and stuff. Like, the only person he could really work out with was his fiance. She put him through some drills. Like, this was not just like, hey, she's just rebounding for me. I mean, she put him through the shooting drills that her dad put her through growing up, and it was like you guys wonder how he got so good this last summer. Like, she's always been part of the team, but like, he does what she tells him to do. Right? And they had some shooting drills where it was like, these were, I talked to Luke about it. I talked to the assistant, Lindsay Harding's assistant there. I mean, she can beat him in shooting competitions. She's really that good. And I think that's been really, really fun to watch. And I think that's also been really good for the Kings to see, because that's a guy you just invest a lot of money in. It's a guy that you decided to make your franchise cornerstone. And when you see that him taking a step forward, I really do think if they would have built off of that earlier winning streak when he won the Player of the League the first time, I think he would have got a lot more All-Star consideration. It's just they had the losing streak at the wrong time.
Right. Ramona, I know that you probably dove into De'Aaron Fox and who he was as a player 4 years ago when it was Lonzo or De'Aaron, and the Lakers had the number 2 pick, and you came back and you caught up with him again for this story. What have you seen from him in 4 years that kind of stuck out to you? His growth, his game, whatever. What has stuck out to you?
Well, I think the game slowed down a little bit for him. He knows more of how to be a point guard in this league, right? He knows how, he's always been really fast, right? He was literally his college, right? He's one of the fastest guys in the NBA. But I think the game has to slow down, so you have to be able to organize a team and make your team, you're the one who's leading and organizing everything on offense. And I also think that, and this is something Luke Walton pointed out in the story, it's a lot of it was defense. A lot of it was him. He could be a really good defensive player. He just has to raise his hand and commit to that and show it every single day. You can't just talk about defense. You have to do it. You have to lead by example. And Luke would point out several times where, especially during that first Lynch, this last one has been another set of circumstances, but where De'Aaron would just say, like, okay, I got this guy. Let me lock you down. Let me do this, and then he would actually do it. And I think that's the kind of leadership that he needs to show just consistently. I mean, that's, his biggest issue the last 2 years, really, I think it's been health, don't you? I mean, he just hasn't been out there consistently enough. And then how can you judge him and his consistency if he's, hurt and in and out? And even when I was doing the story on him, he was kind of in and out. He had a bruise on his thigh, right? Just stuff like that. Yeah. So durability, consistency, it's the ability to organize the offense for everyone, and then also leadership on defense. I think you've seen that, and now you can see it every single night.
It's Ramona Shelburne at ESPN with us here on D-Lo and Casey. It's so important, I think, to go back to that point you were making about De'Aaron having Luke Walton's back, because correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that one of the driving forces, like with Dame Lillard and Terry Stotts? Aren't they really, really close?
Yeah, they're tight, and I think that's one of the things, that when I was reporting this story, like, you can tell when somebody's just saying something, right? Like, are they just saying that because they're supposed to say, or are they actually really tight, right? Or they actually, like, they want to make sure that, not just in media interviews here and there, but like on the court, and they have his back, right? And like, does that make sense? Like, it's a partnership on and off the court. And I feel that from them. And I think you could see that developing over the summer. It was one of the things that, this is another COVID thing, okay? Normally De'Aaron would probably come down to, he either go home to Houston and work out there, or he would go to somewhere in Orange County, like San Clemente area. There's like a high school gym or some area down there he'd work out in summers. He kind of worked out with his own group of people, and which they're great, but it's not like being part of the Kings all summer long. Every single day, everybody sees you in the weight room, everybody's working with you. And there's sort of, and this year, because of COVID, like, they came home from the bubble, and there was like 3 or 4 months, and there was, all you could do was like go from home to the workout facility. And De'Aaron was like, well, I don't want to go back. I don't want to leave Sacramento. He'd bought a house there, and he didn't want to leave Sacramento because they didn't know when the season was going to start. Like, you don't want to go to LA and then get stuck, and they have to have a full onboarding process again. You want to go to Houston. He just stayed in Sacramento, and it really kind of built that bond and trust with De'Aaron and the staff, De'Aaron and the franchise. It's just being there, literally, and every single day, and especially with Rasay being his trainer. And, you guys know his background, right? His mom was a great player too. His mom owns the free throw record in college. I mean, she's like, he used to be a coach too. So he's used to taking directions from the women in his life. It's just, I said to Rasay, this is funny. He goes, I don't know if you've seen this movie. I go, you guys are like the real life Love and Basketball.
Oh, absolutely.
Except that Quincy did Monica wrong in that story.
Yeah.
Like, most women, like, we always reference Love and Basketball like it's like this great, like this great love story, and it's like, no, you're right. He did kind of take her for granted until it was a little too late, huh?
He had to blow out his ACL before he figured out how to get things right. Like, so
yeah, had to call it off with Tyra Banks and everything. Yeah, he had to do it that way.
It's like a really fun. I mean, you can follow it on Instagram, right? I mean, like that. Yeah. Like, and she's just, she wants to gonna go to law school up there in Sacramento. Like, she's like, she's like, I'm cooking him 4 meals a day. He's got to gain weight. He's got to, like, she's like, and Lindsay Harding said to me when we were doing this interview, she said, I told her to say, like, whatever you're feeding him, just keep feeding him that, because it's too good, right? Like right. It's kind of an extension of that coaching staff. And I think that's really, when you're building a franchise, especially with a young team that hasn't been to the playoffs in how many years now?
Not enough. Yeah, enough years. It's been enough years. It's been enough years.
Right? Enough?
A lot.
That's what you need that real bond.
Yeah, absolutely. Ramona, you're our eyes and ears here for the national media, right? And we get a little testing. You might catch it on your Twitter. You might catch it whenever you talk to us. Hope you talk to us a lot more times in the future. But we're a little sensitive here about the kind of love that De'Aaron gets, and we feel like he gets overlooked out here. We had the thing earlier with Amin Al-Assad and all this other stuff. What is the view across the league of De'Aaron Fox? Is it one of they think he should be better, or are they not really paying attention? How do they see De'Aaron Fox?
I think you guys are right. I think he gets overlooked. When I wrote the story initially, it was right before the coaches and the players were all voting, and all of us media were voting on All-Stars. I was like, I think he's played well enough to be in consideration to get an All-Star vote. I really do. Like, and then the problem is, there's 2 problems. One, when you win 7 out of 8, you win Player of the Week, everybody catch everybody's eye, and we're like, oh, yay, the Kings are good, De'Aaron's good, right? Like, I'm in LA, so I understand why this happened. Like, when I fly back to Bristol and I do Sports Center, and I gotta watch the West Coast games, you know what time it is?
Yes.
and I'll stay up, but I gotta be on Sports Center at like 8 or 9 in the morning, and you're like, Eastern, right? So
right.
It's bad. They sleep. They literally, the expression "don't sleep on us." Like, they literally go to sleep. Literally late. And I think that is part of it. I also think, and I'll give you this behind the curtain a little bit, but like, when we look for when to run these stories, we go, okay, when are they on our air? When do they have a national TV game?
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
It's not even our air. It's not our TNT. They're not on national. How many national? Yeah, you probably know better than I do off the top of your head. How many national TV games did the Kings have all year?
Well, I think we had an NBA TV game. But
They got like 3. Yeah, they got like 3 at the second half of the season. Yeah.
I mean, that's an issue. So like now he's just getting attention when he throws the football pass to Harrison Barnes for the 3. I mean, that was pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Team winner.
Yeah.
You know, you tweet QB1.
QB1. Yeah.
Okay. But other than if you're not on national TV all the time, and you're not, and you build something and people are catching your attention, but then you lose 9 in a row. I go, okay.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what the problem is. It's just you gotta keep. Once you get the attention, you gotta keep the attention.
That's
right?
true.
You gotta keep that. And the reason why, like, when I was thinking about doing that story initially, like I was like, yes, I am going to write about the Kings. Yes, I am going to write about the New York Fox. Like, I need to do that. I am the West Coast national writer. We can't just write about the Lakers, Clippers, and Warriors all the time, right? Like, those teams get all the oxygen, suck all the oxygen out of the whole West Coast, right?
Yeah.
And you know what? Okay, and then if we get past the Lakers, Clippers, and Warriors, we're going to write about the Portland, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Dame Lillard and all those things. And that's one of those things. Like, you got to get attention from everybody else out here too.
Yeah.
And I think I don't think it's like. You have to get the attention, then you have to keep the attention, and keeping the attention is the hardest thing.
Wow.
So I think he's had some flashes this year. I think the 2 Player of the Week attest to that. And now you just got to build off of it.
Wow.
Well, you're our favorite NBA reporter. That's for damn sure.
Yes, indeed.
That's my buddy too.
No, you're our favorite.
You nervous? Yeah, you're definitely our favorite. You nervous for Stanford and Louisville tonight?
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh!
I like
excuse
that.
me, my bad.
I like
Excuse
that,
me.
Ramona.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nervous?
Okay. Well, I mean, I do think you got it, but I thought, man, maybe a little bit of nerves, but no, I guess not. Not when you got the winningest coach.
Look, this is what we like when my approach when you have big games, especially when we're getting now down to it. Okay, this is for a trip to the Final Four, right? So like. When you get down to here, like it is all gravy now, right? It's not like okay. I think UConn has pressure on them, okay?
Right.
Like they lose, yeah, it's a big upset. But this point, you did it. You won. You went as far as you should go, and now it's all gravy. Now just enjoy it. Now just play it. Just let it rip.
I love that. I love it. And my partner Damien will be proud of me. I'm proud of myself because Ramona, I used to live in LA and I used to listen to you all the time. And I kept it professional. I did not call you Momo. Okay, so
Momo, that's all right. Everybody calls me that.
Yeah. You know, I kept it professional. I was like, I'm gonna call her Ramona, not Momo.
Well, now that we've got the relationship established,
Momo. That's the I have a 2-year-old son. So it was like that. It became. I went from Momo to Mama Momo, and now that's my son calls me that too. So I'm like, okay, whatever. We're just done, you know. When I was playing, like the only hard part is like when you want people to take you seriously as a reporter. It's really hard when like Steve Mason, he's the host down here in LA.
Yeah.
He'll go like, hey, Momo's here with some breaking news.
yes, Tiger Woods was in a car accident today.
You know, endearment that you got to lean into it. When if somebody gives you a nickname that you hate, you got to say I hate it.
Right.
If you hate the nickname, you got to lean into that nickname. It's a term of endearment.
All right, Momo.
There you go. We appreciate you, Ramona. Thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate it. All
Take
right,
care.
that's Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. We'll come back. We've got a lot more to talk about, a lot to react to.
Luke ain't going nowhere.
What a conversation, dude.
Luke ain't
My
going nowhere.
goodness. We'll come back. There's a lot to dissect there as D'Lo and Casey continue here on ESPN 1320. God damn, that was a good interview.
That was really good.
Here's the secret. Here's the secret for any of our journalist friends who are watching but won't admit that they're watching. The interview isn't about you. Shut up and let them talk. And man, Ramona talked.
Let the guests do what they do. They on for a reason.
It. Man, that was good stuff. That was so good. I got to pee.
Yeah. She gave some good stuff, man. I like Ramona Shelburne a lot. Like she seems pretty genuine. She knows her stuff. There ain't no agendas going on. She just gives it to you straight. The way she sees it, at least. I like Ramona, man. Appreciate you, the game 916. I know, right? This was not planned. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this, man. I'm gonna have to look into this. You say KD and Rappaport got into it, huh? I know the Reese thing is crazy. Now Reese was a baller. I think she was a high school All-American. Went to Cal and Baylor, I think. I didn't know that for a long time, but yeah, I found that out not so long ago. She could play for real, for real. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, look, yeah, she said Fox's mom has a free throw record at her school, and I was like, I know mom was on his head. My mom was on his head about them free throws. Baseball talk. Shh, Damien's not here. From what I'm hearing, man, I don't think Helios getting there. I don't think he's getting there this year. I'll put it to you like that. He may get there at the start of next year, but from everything I'm hearing, he ain't gonna get there this year. Now, the good news is we can go see him at the Rivercats games. I guess that's a positive. Absolutely. Of course I watch Crawford Pacquiao. Yeah. If that's how it goes now. That'd be a big fight, man. That'd be a big fight. Bob Aaron pulled out a big one for Terrance if he was able to do that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's embarrassing on a number of different levels. Chavez Jr. is a bum. Certified bum. Hey, his dad be so upset with him when he watches his fights. His dad be hot. I'm going with the upset city, baby. I think USC wins tonight. Upset city.
Wow.
I'm in the clear minority, but I think so.
Yeah, Terrance.
Don't be a jackass. Don't be a jackass. I'm weak.
Wait, hold on. What's that? What's happening here?
Yeah, somebody said I ain't seen it. I ain't seen it, man.
Wait,
Somebody
is that Kevin Durant and Ian Rappaport?
Yeah, somebody said they got into it on Twitter.
That's a stunner. The Nets explored Oubre talks. Good God. Good God, dude.
Let's see what they talking about.
Are they going at it?
Yeah. Yeah, in the DMs. Oh no, I think this was the Instagram one. I'm gonna have to really dive into this. That's funny. Oof, Evan Fournier.
Man, if you missed that conversation with Ramona Shelburne, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, formerly the radio.com app. Just use the rewind feature or watch us on Twitch or YouTube or download the podcast or hell, just meet us somewhere. We'll play the interview for you, man. That was a good conversation with Ramona.
Before we start, we got to clear something up. People in the young Kobe out here trying to start beef. Yo, Damien, how we claiming Ramona is our favorite NBA reporter over Jason Jones? Jason has a team that he covers. Ramona covers the entire
He's the Kings reporter.
Come on, cutting young Kobe.
Yeah, come on now.
You know we got love. Jay, come on.
Jason's part of the show, man. What you talking about?
Come on, man. Come on.
Always trying to start beef.
You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Give me young Kobe, man.
That's how you know. That's how you know you're hot, though. That's how you know you're hot.
Apparently, there is a beef happening with what is happening? Who is KD fighting with? And I'm missing it.
Michael Rappaport.
I thought it was Ian Rappaport. I was like, what the hell is Kevin Durant beefing with even Rappaport for?
It's funny.
Well, in that case, I don't have a problem with it because I have some feelings about Michael Rappaport.
Michael Rappaport.
We don't need you, bro. Like,
yeah.
There are some things we should talk about coming out of that conversation.
Let's
with
talk
Ramona
about
Shelburne.
She dropped some nuggets.
Oh man. Have I mentioned how much I love Luke Walton? Because I mean, Luke is that's my guy. Luke Walton is my guy. I love me some Luke Walton. Let's double it up. Ooh, man.
Oh, wait a minute. You need some of these?
Yes, this is. I've got a confession to make. I was trying to motivate Luke Walton this entire time. I'm actually a huge fan of his.
Hey, man, that boy Luke is buying, not renting out here in Sacramento.
Man, he doesn't need to buy a house. He could buy like property everywhere. He could buy a street. He could buy the Fabulous 40s. He ain't going nowhere.
When they signed De'Aaron Fox to that contract, they basically signed Luke.
I'm beginning to think that might be the case. We've said this and we've said this for a while regarding, and that's why I went back to it when we were talking to Ramona there regarding Terry Stotts and Dame Lillard. Mm-hmm. You know, because a lot of people I see, Terry Stotts, is this the year? Is Terry Stotts in trouble? Is he on the hot seat? No, Terry Stotts is not on the hot seat because you want Dame Lillard to remain in Portland. I know they're not championship, and we've talked about the difficulties of the Portland Trailblazers. We know they're not a championship team, but they're a very relevant team.
Yeah.
You want to remain relevant, you keep Terry Stotts. And I think Terry Stotts is a fantastic coach, an absolutely fantastic coach. But if you're of that ownership belief or the general manager belief, oh, we've got to make a change. We've got to upgrade. We've got to bring Vanderpool back. We've got to find something. We've got to do something. We've got to replace Terry Stotts. You better be prepared for the ramifications of that. And the ramifications of that would be losing Dame Lillard. Now, I don't know that that's the nature of the relationship with De'Aaron Fox and Luke Walton, but that was a hell of a nugget from Ramona Shelburne about the relationship that those two have and how De'Aaron feels like he has to have Luke's back and that feeling is very genuine from him.
Yeah, there's a bond there. There is a bond there. And like you said, that doesn't necessarily mean that Luke is I'm joking when I say he's here as long as De'Aaron's here. But I think it does mean Luke will have to do a little bit more than losing 9 games in a row to get fired. He's gonna need if he loses his job, you're talking about one of the worst teams in basketball. I think it will go that far because you got that relationship with the star player.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't want to say you're set, you're good, but it's almost like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far either. I've always said this about Luke though, and I know I'm having fun with it. That's not what this is. I've always said this about Luke though, is that, and this is the case with any coach, any player, anything. You don't you don't have to be steadfast in an opinion that you had a year ago or a month ago or a week ago. You could change your mind. You can drop the confessions and be like, I reserve the right to change my mind on this. Mm-hmm. It's okay. I've always said Luke can win me over.
Right.
I don't know that where we're at that Luke has necessarily won me over. I still have a lot of questions right now. What I'm leaning towards is you've said, and you have fought for this, and I have fought you on it, is what, it's like the chicken or the egg question. Is it just the roster that's bad? Is the play bad? Is the play bad because the roster's bad? Is the roster bad because the coach is bad? What is happening here? Mm-hmm. And given what it's 2 games, but given the fact that it feels like there might be some depth there with the Sacramento Kings, it's like, okay, we knew that there was a depth problem. We knew that there was a roster problem. I don't know that all of those problems are fixed, but they certainly seem value buys, as Monty McNair said last week in that press conference. It's like, okay, they seem to have paid off, at least in short order. They have paid off. And so I still have a lot of questions about Luke Walton. Like, my mind hasn't changed on him, but they continue to play this way. They wind up making a push here for the playoffs, or wind up getting into the play-in game, or whatever it may be. Then you absolutely can change my mind. This hasn't done it.
Right.
Ramona Shelburne's remark about his relationship with De'Aaron Fox did more to change my mind about Luke's future than his recent play is. But I'm not of the belief that things can't change and my mind can't change on Luke. I'm just not there yet.
Once again, I've said it numerous times. We joke around with it. I will continue to say it until I see something different. I don't know if Luke is good or not. Like, I don't know. I think people just want you to be like, no, say he sucks. Like, I'm not going to say that because I don't know if he sucks. But I'm also not going to sit up here and say, yeah, he's good. And I say that because he hasn't give him the necessary roster components. And then if he fails, then that's on him. Mm-hmm. But I hadn't seen that this year. And to be quite honest, the times he had a roster that was capable, the end of last year, and he has one now, so we'll kind of see what happens. The teams have played pretty well. So that's still not enough for me to say he's a good coach. But it does tell me, like, he needs some guys. He needs some guys, some horses to go with. So the biggest thing, like you said, is his relationship with De'Aaron Fox. And even his relationship he has with the family. You know, I mean, I'm not trying to go all Russell Wilson, Sierra type deal on you or nothing like that, but I'm not going to say it doesn't matter at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, that matter. There's a bond there, not only between point guard and coach, but point guard, coach, and family. That's something to play into it. Yeah.
No, 100%. And I didn't want to take time away from Ramona while she was talking, but I did want to point this out. And I don't know that Mark referenced it, or I think it was Mark. It could have been. I'm pretty sure it was Mark Jones that day. The Cleveland game. The camera caught a shot of De'Aaron giving Lindsey Gottlieb like a big hug, and they were talking for a few minutes. And I know that Mark acknowledged that De'Aaron was hugging Lindsey Gottlieb, but I don't know that he acknowledged why. Right. That was his wife's coach. Lindsey Gottlieb was the coach at Cal.
Got you.
That's why that exchange. That's why that exchange was happening, is because that's De'Aaron's fiance's or wife, fiance's wife.
I don't think they got married yet.
Okay, so that's his fiance's coach. She was at Cal. So
it's really cool, man. That's really cool that what you talked about when his fiance running him through the drills and putting that work in, and and having that ability to come home and talk about the game and talk about what you're doing with the team, what you're not doing with the team, and have it be a respected opinion.
And the fact that she played at a high level, you know what I mean? That she played in the WNBA, and she played at a major school with a tremendous coach. Like Lindsey Gottlieb was a phenomenal coach at Cal. It's why she got hired at Cleveland. Like, she is an incredible coach. Yep. So she could speak to those things. It's a great article. If you haven't seen it, we'll retweet it from all of the ESPN accounts and the D'Lo and KC accounts over on Twitter. We hope that you go check that out. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge and Odyssey Station. You can listen to us on the new Odyssey app. It's actually just the updated radio.com app. You shouldn't have to delete anything or download. It's just when you plug your phone in, it should update automatically. Search ESPN 1320 like you always do. Hit the heart button. I believe they have fixed the rewind feature and a couple of other things to improve that Odyssey app, so we hope that you'll enjoy it. And, of course, we welcome everybody who has been watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. You guys have been in the chat house strong today. You guys have been on the stream strong today, so we greatly appreciate that as well. Let me ask you another question. Outside of the Ramona Shelburne interview, again, if you're just tuning in and you missed that conversation, you do have to go out of your way to hear it. Subscribe to the D'Lo and KC podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, Odyssey, wherever you get your podcast from, or use the rewind feature on that app. Watch it on YouTube, whatever you want, but listen to it. How does the excitement that we're experiencing right now, and this is genuine excitement, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being excited about the way that your team is playing. Whether you wanted the team to lose 82 games or you wanted the team to win 82 games, there's nothing wrong with being excited in the moment. There's nothing wrong with being apprehensive, too, about what might come next. Because as Ramona pointed out at the very start of that conversation, She had this article written when they had won, 7 of 9 last time, and they had planned on putting it out one day, and then the Tiger got in an accident, and then the team just started losing, and it was like, well, kind of lost our window with this one. Yeah. So they just kind of snuck it out there. But it's I feel like there's a level of excitement right now, and we started to feel fans coming around for the first time since that Charlotte Hornets game late last week. Yeah. And then obviously they continue to win. The incredible win over the weekend. They followed it up with beating a San Antonio Spurs team. How does this compare to that final year with Dave Joerger when they won 39 games?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
They were getting praised by Eric Spoelstra and Dwayne Wade and Greg Popovich, and people were talking about their pace, and maybe this team has a direction for the first time in a decade.
It's a good question. And I'm going to say, well, it's not that, because that seems to be a little longer. And I don't know when the game necessarily they fell off, but they were above 500 for quite a while that year. So that had a little longer shelf life as of right now. But I keep going to this, man. And I just, I'm on my Twitter and I see the excitement behind some of the plays that are made, the no-look pass from Tyrese Haliburton. And that was a great clip of Kyle Draper falling out of his seat. And doing all that. That was hilarious. We got to get Draper back on, because that was funny.
Let's try to get him tomorrow. Well, they play tomorrow. We'll try to get him tomorrow. I don't know if he's calling the game or not, but we'll try to get him tomorrow.
Wow, that was a great clip. But this may sound like a prisoner of the moment, but I feel like this team is a little different, because what I mentioned earlier, I think there's players on here that this fan base in the city is ready to fall in love with, particularly Richaun Holmes and Tyrese Haliburton. And that team, that Joerger team, they didn't have that. I know people really love Bogey. Like they really like Bogey a lot. I feel like Tyrese might be above that, but they really like Bogey. But they weren't crazy about Willie Cauley-Stein,
That's putting it lightly.
That's an understatement, right? Marvin, they didn't really feel one type of way or another about Marvin. They were excited about some of the stuff he did. You think back to that 360 alley-oop he caught. I know that was like kind of the pinnacle. People were really on him. They loved what De'Aaron did. They were cool with Buddy. But you tell me. I feel like Tyrese and Richaun, the way they love those two guys right now, it's ready to boil over.
And obviously De'Aaron. I think they okay. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. I mean, Richaun he's that guy, right? Like he's the energy guy that we always talk about in this market. He's that X factor that we always talk about in this market. The difference is, I often equate like the Quincy Aces, in terms of that, that type of energy. He's just significantly better, like as a basketball player, than some of those other guys were. And I see a reference to Shump here in the chat. Amon Shumpert was a king for like 5.5 minutes, right? But the players fell in love with him. The fans fell in love with him. And the term that you always heard, you always, that swag. There was a different type of swag. The scores, there was a different type of swag when you had Amon Shumpert here. It feels like that swag is back.
Yes, they got their swagger back. Is
truth.
No, that's right on. That's right on. And I feel like some of that comes from Tyrese Haliburton, because even with De'Aaron,
that's funny, because I was going to say I feel like some of that's coming from Richaun Holmes, but go ahead.
No, the toughness, okay. the grittiness definitely coming from Richaun Holmes. But Tyrese, I mean, I know I joke around, little magic. All right, I get all
that. You're
that.
not joking. Knock it off. You're dead serious.
Little magic. But the no look, the showtime, the exuberance that he has out there on the court, I mean, that we feed into that as fans. Like we see that and we love that, right? The grittiness of Richaun Holmes, we love that. And it allows, once again, how I talk about everything being on De'Aaron, it allows De'Aaron to just be who he is. De'Aaron, he'll get turned up sometimes. You saw when he got the and one late in that game against Cleveland. He started stomping around and flexing on. He'll do that from time to time. But for the most part, he's really mild-mannered. He's really just about business. And it allows him to be that, you know what I mean? And not have to, that's one thing off his plate, right? You know, that I talked about all the things that were on his plate earlier. He doesn't have to be, you know, the yeller all the time. That's Rashawn Holmes. He doesn't have to be the guy that's exuberant and has all the energy and the charisma. That's Tyrese Haliburton. It's just one less thing off his plate and allows him to do the things that he wants to do out there on the court and for this team.
Yeah, I mean,
no one on the corner had swagger like us. Swagger like us. Swagger like us.
got that swagger back. They got that swagger back, man. And there is a certain, you know, I saw this remark up here about Barnes is the new swag leader, and there's something to be said. For a dude. Well, wait a minute here, let me piggyback that for a second. There's something to be said for a dude who hits a shot and just slaps the defender's ass, put a hand in the air, and keeps it moving. Didn't jump, like barely reacted to it whatsoever. It was just like ordinary business. My point guard threw a 3/4 of the length court pass to me. I caught it. I turned around and shot it. Buzzer went off. We won. No big deal. That's a different type of swag. That's like a Michael Corleone swag. Yeah. That's like the Godfather. That's like it's like he knew it was all gonna work. When the goaltend happened, he was like, "That's cool. We'll win.
Yeah, I got you."
He's gonna throw this to me. I'm gonna catch it, turn around and win. Like it's a different type of swag.
One thing that when you talk about that and you talk about Harrison, and that it reminds me of something that I love. Marshawn Lynch. I'm about that action, boss.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't about all that other stuff, man. Mm-hmm. I'm about that action. Yeah. And that's the vibe that I get from De'Aaron. That's the vibe that I get from Harrison Barnes. Rashawn Holmes gives that off too. And some people have alluded to it a little bit in the chatty house is I think this bench, this newfound bench that they have with DeLon Wright, Terrance Davis, Mo Harkless, I think they're going to bring some grittiness to it as well, man. Metu can get in there as well. Man, I just see things developing now. Anything can happen, man. They can go on a slide or whatever. But I just see the elements kind of coming together. I even see, like I said, once again, Damian. I see Buddy turning back into this lovable Buddy character. Oh, that's a Buddy move. Oh, he just ran from the key to the 3 and made it.
You're more.
Buddy's hilarious.
You're more lovable when you win.
This is true.
Like you're more lovable when you win. I like this comment here on the Twitch chat on Twitch and YouTube. Reg23 says, "I'm good with Whiteside not playing another minute, but he's the swag master. Like,
swag champ, he got the belt."
Yeah, Hassan Whiteside got some swag. Kings fan MD says Harrison Barnes had that act like you've been there before swag. That's
the game 916. Freeport Metu. That's
a whole vibe, yeah.
Freeport Metu.
That's a whole vibe. It is what it is.
We gotta take Metu to Freeport.
We do. absolutely, and $100 for anybody who meets Metu and gets him to sign something that says Freeport Metu. Anybody who I don't even remember how that started. Like, I got to be honest, I don't remember how Freeport Metu started. But
something about him being because but it was all bad. We were counting his pockets. We were talking about how much money he made because Valanciunas threw him off the rim. We were like, dang, he's not even rich. Like, he's not making no money.
He's not making NBA. He's not making that money.
Right. And then people were like, he's like living off Freeport.
Because you either make NBA money or you live off Freeport. Like there's no in between here. You either live in Los Lagos or Freeport. There's no in between here. Oh, Metu. God bless it. We love Metu. We got to get Metu on the show.
Got to, man. That's our guy.
Son, if you're listening, we got to get Metu on the show, man.
Speaking of houses real quick, somebody mentioned Luke and say live by Jesuit. I hadn't really been in a Jesuit neighborhood until like a couple years ago. Blew my mind some of the houses they have out there, like in the tuck. Like you would never know. Yeah. And you just kind of peek through the fence. I'm like, wow, that's what they're doing out here.
Mm-hmm.
Whew.
Yeah, them jokers are gorgeous. I don't know this for sure. Some of you guys might know better. I think Vlade lived out there in that like general like Arden Hills area.
Yeah.
Peja lived out there. No, that's a nice area. You get it. There's a cover charge to just drive through. Just to drive through that area. If you really
good idea, I might do the same thing.
Yeah, if you want to roll though, you just go through bumping this. You're like, hey, what it do? What it do? We here. You know what it is. We here in Arden Hills, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I think the excitement is a little bit higher right now than it was back in that year with Joerger, because I think everybody knew that stuff with Dave wasn't sustainable. Because it kind of showed itself quickly that it wasn't sustainable.
Yeah, you kind of answered it, but I wanted to know why you felt that way. Is it so? You think it was more the style was the issue? It wasn't really the players that they grasped to.
It just felt like it wasn't going to. Like I just didn't feel like the way that they're playing was going to last all season. Like you're going to have to, because I think even in Jason has brought this up before, Jason Jones. Even Dave Joerger knew. He was like, at some point, like we've got to start playing defense here.
Yeah.
Like at some point, we're going to have to win a game in a different fashion. I think Wednesday's game is going to be really, really interesting for the Sacramento Kings because history says, now this is a different team, but history says Greg Popovich and that coaching staff and Becky Hammond and the Spurs, they're going to make some adjustments. Okay. And we're probably not going to see 131 points from the Sacramento Kings. If Buddy Hield tries that stunt where he grabs the rebound and runs behind the 3-point line, he may get clotheslined. He may get Valanciunas. Like it just might not work this time. So the Kings are going to have to find a different way to win. One thing that I think is I think it's okay to say it's like promising as it pertains to the Kings. You know, they scored 141 against the Golden State Warriors. But they also, you know, they beat the Hawks 110-108.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. They beat the Cavaliers 100-98. And as we joked, like it's awesome what the Black Falcon did. That game was trash. Like if Luke Walton wants to watch the tape, that's not the tape he want to watch because that one was bad for 47 minutes and 58 and a half seconds. Like it was just awful.
Yeah.
But it was a different way of winning. Oh. There was they scored 107 points against the Celtics and won by 11. You know, so this is the first time where it's like, okay, they're not outscoring teams 141-138, which is what they were doing in that season with Dave Joerger. Yeah. And that stuff didn't feel sustainable. If you're winning games in different ways, you're still a high scoring team. But if you're if you get sucked into playing Cleveland Cavaliers ball, right, which is what happened that night, but you find a way to win, even if it is in the last 0.8 seconds, take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take it. And I feel like that's more sustainable.
I'm trying to find it in the chat. Somebody, I want to give credit. My bad, whoever did it. But they made a great point. It was like what Joerger and them did was great for 2 or 3 weeks. And then everybody just started getting back on defense and they had no idea what to do after they run up and down the court.
And they got tired.
And they definitely got tired.
Imagine that team trying to play this schedule.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you talk about a losing streak for the ages, like, because once you hit a wall, you might not be able to recover from it.
Yeah, man.
Well, not might. We saw it. They hit a wall at the end of a little over halfway through that season, and they never really bounced back from it.
No, it was something that they couldn't recover from. But Tyrese Haliburton said something yesterday after the game that caught my attention. I want to know what you think about it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that's a hell of a tease, my friend. We'll get there. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the 34 points scored off of the Kings bench. We'll talk about some of the bad news that came out of last night's game, but it doesn't pertain to the Sacramento Kings. We'll explain. It's D'Lo and Casey. Continue here on the Odyssey app, on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station with no technical difficulties. It's ESPN 1320. Yeah, you should have never told me that. How your whole station stay off the air? Like, what kind of technical difficulty? Like, we've been operating from home. We've been doing our show from home.
In the studio.
Y'all hit that thumbs up on YouTube. What are we doing in there? Get that thumbs up. Let's man, we're at 375, man. We got to get to 400 subscribers, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get to 400. 400, man. I wish we could just like rock some music during the
No one on the corner has swagger like us. Swagger like us. Swagger like us.
Am I is it fair to say that T.I. had the worst verse on that song?
Oh, not only is it fair, it's 1,000% accurate.
Even old Wayne killed it on that. That was a classic Wayne verse. I'm just not a T.I. guy. I've come to realize that.
Me neither.
I'm not. I don't think he's weak or anything like that. Like, he's a legend. I respect what he's done. But I like if somebody said, "Oh, Jeezy versus T.I. in the verses," Jeezy in a landslide. It's not even close.
Do we cancel T.I.? Yeah.
T.I. a weird dude, man. That's a whole other thing, man. He's had some moments in the last 5 years or so.
Oh, just make your commercial breaks. Kenny sings. Hold on. What does that say? Actor post. Okay, so here's the. All right, I ain't messing with Rappaport. I'm good.
Yeah, that one.
Who was it? Was it Coutinho Mobley that almost whooped his ass at a Big 3 game?
I think it
was it Coutinho Mobley? Yeah, he's like, man, get out of my face.
You're gonna make me get into YouTube now. Hold on 1 second here.
Y'all on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. There's 91 people on YouTube. Thumbs up. Let's get to at least 91. Wait, hold on. I'm just saying, what was the low blow, Andrew? What'd I do? Oh, you meant that's my bad, Andrew. I apologize. Yeah, he's canceled. We got rid of him. Oh,
Coutinho wasn't even playing with him. Get off of me. No, we might have to play this on the way back.
That dude is.
Oh man, that was funny,
weak, man. That dude is weak.
He said, "Get off of me, man."
Coutinho Mobley, he still whooped somebody's ass. Like, I don't know that I'd mess with Coutinho Mobley, man.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't mess with him. This is comedy. That's good knowledge by you. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That was funny.
Yeah, he tried. I don't really love the whole savior act he does. Woo, y'all got up to 81 quick. Y'all got any more? Y'all got any more of them thumbs up? Y'all got any more of them?
You got any more of them? Yeah. Thumbs up.
Why did you just break out that impression for the first time?
You got any? That's what I do at the house.
That's a good one.
Jazz starts cooking, and I'm like, "You got any more of those scrambled eggs?"
Hey, we might pass on that call, Jesse. Let's go.
Hey,
man, we feeling it today, man. Today's
BJ
one of those.
Jesse.
We could go 8 hours today. Is there a draft today? What do we got to do?
We do what we got to do, baby.
Be here all day, man. What a blast today has been. It's just so much fun when the Kings win.
It really is. Remember 2 weeks ago, I was like, we're not talking about the Kings for the rest of the season.
Hey,
we ain't doing this for the rest of the season.
Kitty's on the show call like, hey, what do you guys think if we do like a weekly Like this was shortly after he waved the white flag. By the way,
I'm trying to remember what game that was. Go tell the story. I'm gonna see if I can figure out.
It was shortly after Kenny. He I take that back. He didn't wave the white flag. He just he took the white flag out of the pocket. He was ready to throw it. He was like, guys, what do you think if we did like an NBA power hour where we just talked about the Kings for or we just talked about the NBA, not the Kings. We just talked about the NBA for 60 minutes because I don't know if we can keep talking about the Kings. I just don't know how good it's going to be.
We can't keep doing this.
We just go around the league and we'll talk about Brooklyn and we'll talk about LA and we'll talk about Denver and Aaron Gordon and all of this different stuff.
It was after the second Charlotte game.
But that fit.
I was like, you know what? We can't do this for the next 2 months. Jesus, these guys are gonna stink.
So, and that's the funny thing, man. We were, we've said to you before. We've always been clear, it's tough. It's not fun talking about this team when they're so terrible, and we really didn't know. Do y'all want to hear us talk about them if they're still terrible? So we were like, we can't abandon the Kings. We're a Sacramento radio show. We've got to be frustrated. Fans are frustrated. But what we weren't worried about the frustration. We were worried about the just resignation.
Right.
I'm done. We were worried everybody was going to wave the white flag. And so what do we do to continue to try to put on an entertaining 4 hours? And here we are, a week later. I don't think we may have given 2 seconds to Andre Drummond signing with the Lakers and the super team, the super duper team forming in Brooklyn. But we've been on the King. Of course, the 49ers did help us on Friday.
They definitely helped us.
They gave us a little nugget there to talk about. That day. Bro, yeah. I think I explained on a commercial break what a mental screw job that entire show was, because it's what do we do with this? And I was talking to Kitty we served up steak. We had a Kings win. Right, that was the steak, and it was sizzling. And then at about 10:30, after the entire show was planned, we get the tweet from Adam Schefter about the San Francisco 49ers, and it's great. Now we've got this big steroid-ingested lobster for everybody. It became well, where's the cheese biscuit? We ain't got no mac and cheese here.
Before
we got nothing. It's all right, we're going from steak to lobster. Hell, we ain't even got a cocktail to get us through this drink, get us through this show. So.
But I like it when the Kings give it to us like this, man.
Kings they're a big old prime rib right now, man. They are a succulent prime rib, a nice little fillet right here.
So yesterday after the game, Tyrese Haliburton, I don't know how it came up or whatever the case may be, but he said, what happened in Philly was Leland. I see you, Leland. Casey's keys to financial freedom.
That's legit. That's real talk. We were planning segments like Kenny's keys to financial freedom. This is not a false take. We were working on out of the box segments that.
Man, oh man, it still may come back. Don't worry.
7 short games ago.
But Tyrese mentioned the game in Philly, and he said that was a blessing in disguise. And I think he mentioned to the effect of, we got smacked around with their two best guys out, and it kind of woke us up. Anything that we felt that we had going on and that we were doing well, that game woke us up. And you can see it's been a different team since then. Obviously, they've won all their games, but there's been a certain level of focus. It seemed like after that, they took that game to heart. They took that embarrassment to heart. And one of the things
embarrassing.
It was definitely embarrassing. My man, my partner comes on his CBS 13 Sports Extra, says less than 5% chance. Get out of my face, Charlie. But it had that type of feeling. The way they got beat like that, it gave you that type of feeling.
It's a 24-point loss.
It seemed like they took that to heart. And like I said, it's not going to be they're never going to lose again. But we said this I think we said after the first 7 and 8, what we saw against the Warriors that first game, that 30-point loss, they're done with that. Mm. And then I think a week later they lost by 30.
Yeah.
I don't think we see those Sixers games again, though. I really don't think we see that again.
I don't think we have to go that extreme because it's, you know how this league is, man. Stuff happens.
It's a different season too.
You just don't want to see them very often. You know what I mean? You don't want to see them in succession of each other. You don't want to see them one after another. And this is a team that obviously is still very much, kind of fighting to get back into their, to get into a position that they haven't been in a long time, like a realistic position to compete for a play-in or a playoff spot or whatever it may be. And so, you look ahead. I mean, I don't think anybody. Obviously, you hope that they beat the San Antonio Spurs. No one's looking down on this team if they lose to the Milwaukee Bucks this weekend. I don't think anyone's looking down on this team as they, as we mentioned, they've got the Utah Jazz, and I think it's a week from Saturday. Like they've got some really, really difficult games ahead. They've got some Timberwolves games in there. They've got the Pistons in there. All of those games are important, and this is what we talked about, before Ramona Shelburne joined us a little bit ago. It was, let's not move the goalposts when it comes to talking about the Sacramento Kings, as we often do. We said, I think before this win streak started, when they had just started, I think maybe they had beaten Washington. Maybe it was after the Boston game. Mm-hmm. But we had said, beat the teams you're better than. Mm-hmm. And there are teams out there that we believe the Sacramento Kings are better than.
Yep.
Obviously, Detroit's one of them. We knew heading into the game, we believe Cleveland was one of them. We didn't know at the time Steph Curry was going to be out. Ultimately, he was. Steph Curry out, you're better than the Golden State Warriors. Steph Curry and Draymond Green out, you're a lot better than the Golden State Warriors, and they wound up showing that. So that was kind of the barometer that we set. Beat the bad teams. I think it still holds true. If you beat the Minnesotas, and now you beat the Detroit Pistons, now you've got to also beat the teams that you're on par with. Those are the games that become really, really important. You've got to beat Memphis. You've got to beat Oklahoma City, because those are the teams that you're in. It's great if you could beat Detroit. It's great if you can beat, Orlando or Cleveland or whoever, or Atlanta. You've got to beat the teams in your conference that are in front of you. That's why the San Antonio series, a series, you know what I mean, is so important. Because they're in front of you, and they're like their struggle bus, like they got a flat tire on the struggle bus.
Yeah, seriously, bad. You got to kick them while they're down. Simple as that. Kings, 12 games remaining against teams under 500 or below. I said yesterday they've got to find a way to go 9-3 in those games. That's kind of the number that I'm looking for. That didn't include games against Dallas. That didn't include games against San Antonio. Okay. I think I put Memphis in there because before yesterday they were below 500. So, they got, I think.
Are they at 500 now?
Yeah, they're 22-22.
Oh, okay.
I think right now, Dallas and San Antonio, including tomorrow, they might have 5 games between those two. Mm-hmm. And those are teams that are right there in your tier right now. And you got to win those games. Yeah. You got to find a way to win those games, man. And look, that didn't include a Lakers team that they're going to play later this week. Or that's another game that you got to win. That could count as a team below 500 with the roster the way it is.
It's similar to the quote Lakers team, the Rancho Cucamonga Lakers, I believe, as you referred to them. I don't think that's their actual G League name, but the Rancho Cucamonga Lakers that they played earlier this year before the All-Star break. Now there were it's kind of like there were a lot of things wrong with that game against the Lakers. That version of the Lakers, like there were the Kings won, and I get we're at that's all that matters is the Kings getting the win. There were a lot of things wrong with that game, and they have to be able to correct those. This team's going to be a little bit different. I'm confident Andre Drummond will play in that game. That's coming up at the end of the week. Like he'll be a part of that. That's a different dynamic. That's going to be a different dynamic for the starting lineup. Like I don't know what people think of Andre Drummond's not trash. I think Andre Drummond is like Andre Drummond is he could do the 20 and 20 bit. Yep. And with no LeBron and no Anthony Davis, he may very well do the 20 and 20 bit. I don't know that it's going to amount to a win for the Los Angeles Lakers against the Kings or against anybody else, but he's a dude who can impact the game immediately. And with the team in the Sacramento Kings that starts small, that's going to be difficult.
Yeah,
it's going to be difficult. Anytime there aren't a lot of really good big men in the league. I believe that Andre Drummond is one of them. And the Kings are going to have to, they're going to have to find a way to address that when they have this small lineup out there. Like we love Metu. It's going to be a difficult matchup for Metu. That if Hassan's sore knee is better, he's going to need to be out there on the floor, and he's going to have to run some time out there.
Maybe it'll be better for that game and that game only. Maybe that's how Whiteside is used from here on out. Well, matchup to matchup.
True. Correct me if I'm wrong. We've got Wednesday Spurs, Lakers, Bucks, Friday, Saturday. Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Because you might want to run. Friday,
Saturday. Yeah.
You might want to have Hassan's knee be better against the Bucks too.
Yeah,
it's a physical team. That's a big fit. It can hurt next week. Yeah, it can hurt next week against the Timberwolves. Well,
Minnesota.
Come to think about it. Come to think of it, they got a big dude who can score. Like or you just test. I guess you test Metu or Rashawn's ability to guard a dominant big man down there.
You should be able to make up for with everything else on the roster and then on their roster. You should be able to make up for it.
Okay.
So I really just need them Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
Then you can ice up.
You
mentioned
cryotherapy,
right? You mentioned the points in the paint and what the Kings have kind of been battling here and there since Marvin Bagley went down. Do you know what they did last night? Points in the paint?
I know they won. Was it 52? I looked it up and it's kind of left me. I have it in front of me if you want me to say it.
No, you can say it. I was.
Oh no, they did. I didn't know if it was one of those questions like you knew, but you wanted me to say.
Yeah, I didn't present it right. Yeah,
they actually didn't.
Question.
They did not win the points in the paint. The Spurs did 56.
But they didn't get dominated.
Correct, 56-52.
Yeah, they didn't get dominated. That guy. Obviously, we talked about Pirtle in the paint, but what was the other guy that cut that alley-oop? Never seen him before. What was that guy's name?
I don't know, but I loved Pirtle in the paint. Like that's a fantastic thing. Pirtle in the paint. We talked points that matter. All points matter, Damian. Every single one.
Whoa.
Points off turnovers. Kings The Spurs turned the ball over 11 times. That led to 23 points. Kings only turned the ball over 7 times.
That was a key.
Indeed it was.
Yes,
man, I'm telling you, man, you be knocking them out the park when we hit them Kenny's keys, man.
Now, I appreciate that. Now, to be fair, that was the only one they hit yesterday. They didn't outscore them in the first quarter, and they did not win the battle of the boards.
So that's another.
They got the turnovers.
That trend continues. That's something I'll take a note here and look at this after the show. But since the lineup change, and what are we at? 7-1 since the lineup change? Is that right?
Is it 7-1 or is it 6-1? I don't know. I think it's 6-1.
I'm losing track. They're just so good. They're just so good. I can't keep track of all these wins. I
don't
know.
7 of 8, so it's got to be 7-1.
Right. 7 of 8, 7-1.
It's so good.
How many times have they given up like a ton of points, like 30 plus points in the first quarter? Because I feel like it's a lot. Like they gave up. Right. Like I feel like that. But then it settles down. Like they gave up 31 in the first quarter. Now 29. That's not a massive improvement, but they scored 41 in the second quarter. I don't know. That'd be an interesting thing to look at, and because we've talked about what sort of difficulties, complications, whatever this smaller lineup will mean. What sort of complications the smaller lineup will have for the Sacramento Kings, and I think we see it here at the start of these games.
Yes, our guy Will says the Kings are officially last in opponents' points in the paint.
That's not surprising.
53.6. Will, got a little assignment for you. Can you tell us, is there a stat for average points in the first quarter? If there is, he'll find it.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he'll engineer something that will find it for sure. But the Kings get another win, another great win, because I say it's great because regardless of how bad the San Antonio Spurs are playing, they're a team that are in front of the Sacramento Kings still at this point. So when you can beat them, it's a great, great win. 132 to 115. 34 points off the bench for the Sacramento Kings. It's been a long time since we've said anything of that sort. 34 points off the bench, 14 from Terrance Davis, 13 from Mo Harkless, two of the new acquisitions from the Sacramento Kings. And DeLon Wright didn't rack up field goal attempts, but I noticed him out there on the floor. Like I thought he was, I was gonna say that feels like such a played out term, but it's completely accurate. Like he was active, he was moving. It felt like he was involved in everything.
Yeah, he was active out there. He had 5 assists on the night, so he was making his presence felt. But he was just everywhere. He was just everywhere. He was in the game. You know what I mean? You didn't forget that DeLon Wright wasn't out there. So I expect him to score more as the games go along. But Terrance Davis, me and Ramsey and I, our guy. All right. Terrance Davis, 14 points off the bench. I mean, he just gives the feeling of instant offense. Yeah. Instant offense. Like he's out there. His job is to get buckets, and he's not bashful. He's going to go get a
great steal also. Like he's big time. You start looking around. I mean, a couple of things to note. Jesse, who is the MVP of today, by the way. Can we get the long applause ready for Jesse, who booked the Ramona Shelburne interview? Let's give Jesse. There it is. He gets the MVP of the day. Yep. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
Crowd goes crazy.
Indeed, it does. Kings and he got this for us. The Kings have given up 30 plus in the first quarter, 5 of the last 8 games. So that's actually not as bad as I thought.
I wonder what games they didn't give up.
Yeah, because I'm guessing the Cleveland 198 game might be one.
Yeah, maybe both Cleveland games.
I mean, it was 198. If they gave up 30 plus points, that's a hell of a defensive effort the remaining 3 quarters. And okay, so that's actually not nearly as bad as I thought it was. But then we had this comment in here. I think it was from Terrance, who said, with the pace of play, being the way that it is it okay to say 30 to 35 is kind of the new 25 to 30?
Yeah,
maybe that's. I guess so.
I
can
see it.
Sure,
I can see that. Yeah,
sure.
Will got in here and he did what he does. Opponent first quarter points. Kings are 29th with 31.1 per game. Last 8 games is up to 32.6. Before the lineup change, it was 30.7.
So it's only 2 points. It's only a 2-point difference. Well, no, 2 points on average.
Yeah.
It's got to be Washington that's worse, right?
I would think so.
It has to be Washington.
Every defensive stat, if it's not the Kings who are the worst, it's the Wizards.
By the way, since we mentioned Washington, 35, 14 rebounds, 21 assists.
Come on, man. How many assists?
Don't mind me. 35 points, 14 rebounds, 21 assists. I won't even say who it was. But someone on the Washington Wizards had 35 points, 14 rebounds, and 21 assists.
Oof.
That's his third 30-point this mythical figure that I'm not even going to mention. That's his third 30-point, 20 assist triple-double in NBA history. Or excuse me, let me rephrase that. That's the third 30-point, 20 assist triple-double in NBA history. Magic had one in 88. Oscar Robertson had one in 1961.
Man.
Y'all are never going to guess who I'm talking about.
Shout out to him.
Guess.
Shout out to him. You mentioned Magic real quick, and it just reminded me of Tyrese's pass yesterday. Ooh.
Oh, my gosh.
Little Magic. Ooh.
Goodness.
That boy with the look away, Holmes with the gorilla slam. Oh my goodness, baby. That one had me hype. That one
not as hype as Kyle Draper, but hype. Yeah, hype for sure. Not as hype as our guy Kyle Draper, but definitely hype. All you hear is so great because everybody notices this stuff. But when we work in media, if that's what you can call this, you hear the ruffling of the microphone and like a little bit of silence. It's like, okay, something just happened. Like, and I'm 100% thinking like Doug like grabbed him and like shook him or something like that. I'm wondering like, okay, Something just happened there, and God bless Kyle, who was like, "Oh, I'm all right. Everything's fine here. Nothing to see."
You just here.
Oh, man.
Shout out to our guy Drapes, man. Shout out to him, man. There was nobody. I think there was a. If there was anybody more disgusted than me when the Kings were playing bad, it was Kyle Draper.
Oh yeah,
Kyle
was not having it. I was absolutely not having it.
Kyle was, as my Uncle George used to say, he was cross as two sticks. Cross as two sticks.
Cross.
When you're cross, that's an old word of saying like you're mad.
Okay, got that.
You put two sticks and cross them. Cross is two sticks.
Okay. Let's leave that one with your uncle. Let's leave that one with your uncle. Another follow-up from Jesse, who was just working his butt off today. The three teams that didn't score 30-plus points against the Kings in the last 8 games in the first quarter. Cleveland scored 29. Boston scored 22.
Oh, come on, Boston. My
gracious, Boston. Atlanta scored 27. There is a quick note here. I don't want to deviate from the Kings too far. I'm sure a lot of people have seen this story here at this point. Apparently, Utah's charter hit like a flock of birds or something. The Utah Jazz, and they had to make it an emergency landing. Everything's fine, but man, those stories are always scary to see. Have you ever been on a plane where something went wrong?
The same thing.
I have. I was on a plane that was hit by lightning.
Oh my gosh!
It was terrifying, but just for a second, because the plane like it shuts off. Well, I don't know that's what this plane did. It shut off and like dropped, and then it came back on and went. It just like it was like a dip on a roller coaster, and then it just went right back to normal. Like it happened so quick, you don't really know what's happening. But you're just sitting here, and all of a sudden, drop, poop, and it was like, whoa, what?
Come on, man. I'm glad. I hope I never have one of those experiences. Nah.
Yeah.
I was on a plane about a year ago where it was like the first flight. It was like 5:30 or something like that. And I'd be tired. Me and the Queen Bee were flying, and I got on that plane. I was ready to go to sleep. Well, apparently a little bit after takeoff, a bird got caught in the propeller, and it was just making the loudest noise. There was kind of smoke coming from it. I'm sleeping through it all. She's like, Kenny, wake up. I think they hit a bird or something like that. And smoke is coming. You can smell it or whatever. And I'm just like, oh, he'll be fine. They got it. And everybody else is just like freaking out. So like 10 minutes later, they're like, yeah, we're going to have to turn back around to Sacramento and land the plane because don't worry, everything's fine. No, you clearly can't fly the plane. Not everything is fine. So get me back down.
The Hudson landing was because they hit a bird, wasn't it? When Sully landed the plane in the Hudson, I think it was because they hit a bird. I can't remember for sure, but
have you? This is once again. We'll get back to the Kings in just a second. So you're obviously familiar with the Staten Island Ferry, right? You've been on it plenty of times.
I wouldn't say plenty, but I've been on it. Yeah.
Did it always crash into the dock?
You mean when it?
So I'll say it this way. So for a long time, when I go back to visit New York and visit my cousin, shout out Ace, we get on the ferry going to Manhattan, and every time, boom, right into the dock. But it wasn't enough to like do anything. But that was the thing. After a while,
like a snug little landing right there into the dock. Yeah,
every time. And I was like, I guess this is just.
I think I've been on it twice, and I think it did that. Yeah.
Yeah. After a while, it becomes normal, and then you remember when they had that big crash. Right, like it crashed and went through it.
It really crashed that time. That wasn't.
So I remember the thing I thought about that was like they should have like before. Just a little bump, just a little crash. No, stop crashing into the dock. How about that?
And really to bring this full circle, that's what we're hoping with the Kings. We don't want them to crash into the dock. Like they're flying high right now. They're smooth sailing.
Flying high. We don't want them to be a bird. We don't want them to be a bird into a propeller.
Just continue this this smooth little ride here, and don't go crashing into docks here. But we started this conversation by talking about a long time ago, about 30 minutes ago. We started this conversation talking about the bench. And
wow, how did we get there from the bench? But go ahead.
Well, we were talking about the Terrance Davis, Mo Harkless, the acquisitions here from the trade deadline, and it's like, I mean, I was gonna say two, but maybe to be fair, completely fair, Monty McNair has had 3 opportunities in his short time as the general manager.
Yeah.
How's Cheryl from Elk Grove feel about the Kings right now? By the way. She a little bit.
She's just taking it all in.
Okay,
she's taking it all in.
Monty McNair,
quiet as kept. She's not a Kings fan.
By the way, congratulations to Cheryl from Elk Grove. She was honored as a part of Women's History Month.
Yeah, man. Big ups to her, man. Air horns.
Changing the world together, baby.
Yes,
we haven't started yet, but we're going to. Monty McNair, I think, has had. I think it's fair to say 3 opportunities to improve the roster. Yeah. The draft, free agency, and the trade deadline. You've been very critical of free agency. Even if you wanted to keep dollars low, which clear they did with Glenn Robinson, Hassan Whiteside, and the very little movement that they had there in free agency. You've mentioned guys that you think that they could have gone after who have played at a significantly better rate. Hell, Glenn Robinson isn't even on the team anymore. But you look at the draft and you look at the trade deadline. I think it's fair to say, obviously, the draft is a no-brainer. But he is right. 2 of his 3 opportunities to really, really improve the team. He's been able to do it.
She not. I said she because somebody's asking me about Shanahan Grove. But Monty, he knocked it out the park at the trade deadline. Knocked it out the park, and I thought that on trade deadline day, just the guys that he got, the way he found them. I mean. I talk about somebody like Terrance Davis, and I go on and on about him, but just kind of getting him out of nowhere, you know what I mean, and saying like, "Hey, I think he can help what we got going on here." Mo Harkless hasn't played in a lot this season, and identifying him, going to get him in the Bielitsa trade, getting DeLon Wright, somebody that's been productive for the Detroit Pistons. I thought he knocked it out the park. Big shout out to Monty McNair for what he was able to do at the trade deadline.
Yeah, and with DeLon being going to be a part of the team next year, probably I don't know what Terrance Davis's role is going to be if he's going to have one. Mo Harkless, the same thing, but Terrance Davis has played. Hell, Mo Harkless has played well in this time here. I don't know that those are the type of vets that Monty would pursue. Well, Terrance Davis isn't exactly a vet. Mo Harkless is.
I think both of those guys need to come back. I love what they bring.
That's what I was about to say. Like, we use the term. It's a free look. It's a free look. It's a free look heading into the offseason. Well, that may very well be what this is for these guys, and they could be a part of the bench moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I would. Obviously, I don't want to go crazy after 2 games, but I just, much like when I saw Terrance Davis in the video, 20 seconds in, I just got the vibe. Like you can, sometimes when you see it, when you know it.
Sometimes you really just be vibing out.
Just be vibing out. Absolutely, right? So I saw Terrance Davis. I was like, I like what he brings to the table. Mo Harkless, I mean, he's done this in his career before when he was in Portland. The biggest issue lately has just been the injury bug that's really bit him. But I like these guys, and we hadn't even seen Silva too much yet. He got some mop up duty. Woodard, that's another guy that we wanted to see out there. He hasn't even been able to be on the floor. So and then so I remember somebody talked about this, like when we talked about it in the first segment, we were talking about this bench and this bench can do a lot of good things. We like what they bring it to the table, and they were like, yeah, just remember when Bagley gets back. And I was like, oh, we forgot. We forgot this guy's on the team, and he should be coming back this year, and we have him coming off the bench. So yeah, I mean, Bagley is a bench piece, possibly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely, because I think when you're on the bench, I took a positive remark and I'm making it negative. Sorry, like I don't mean to. But you can get the hook quicker. You know what I mean? Like if being a defensive liability is legitimately part of the issue, or maybe perhaps the biggest part of the issue with Marvin Bagley, maybe it'll be easier to there's certainly, if there even was pressure to play him late, the pressure to start him is gone. Now you're operating with a little bit more of a kind of like a free flow in terms of how he plays and where you put him in his minutes and those types of different things. Like I think that it helps Luke Walton, who's going to be the coach of the Sacramento Kings for a really, really, really long time.
Yeah.
As we might have learned from Ramona Shelburne today. And credit, because that was a backhanded, remark at Luke Walton. Luke Walton, I think, deserves credit. He deserves credit because this team, go ahead. He deserves credit because they're playing better defensively. And you can't, they're not accidentally better defensively.
Right.
And so I don't know now I'm the Leary fan. I'm Bryant West right now. I'm Will Griffith of the King's Herald. I like it. I'm excited, but I'm leery, like some of those guys are, because they were better defensively earlier this season. When Ramona Shelburne wrote the article that she realized she was going to have to put out in the midst of a massive losing streak about De'Aaron Fox, they were better defensively, just like they're better defensively now. The question is, can they sustain it? The numbers, last 8 games, 111 points per game. The month of March, 13 games, 113.8 points per game. That's how many they're giving up. The first 34 games of the season, it was 120.3. Them and the Washington Wizards were in a feverish race to the worst defense in the league.
Yeah.
So you have a sample size now where it's like, okay, they're better. Why? Maybe it's what you've been talking about now for 2 weeks. Maybe it's the fact that the Kings can mask a poor defender in Buddy Hield, a very active defender, like a guy he's not gonna stand still and be poor, which I think is some of the frustration with Marvin Bagley sometimes, is it looks like he's kind of just standing around lost. Buddy is never standing still on the basketball floor.
Right. It allows him to get some steals every now and then too.
And you can mask a potentially bad team defender, but you can't mask 2 bad team defenders. And that's what you've been talking about for weeks. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe something Luke is saying is getting through to them. Maybe they're executing the game plan better. Maybe just the fact that they're playing every other day is helping them. I'm not really sure what it is, but the fact is it's happening. And Luke Walton does deserve credit for that.
Or Luke Walton had his hand forced, and the real reason is because they got Tyrese Haliburton in that starting lineup. That could be the case.
100%. That 100% could play a major factor in this also, and I believe that it does. I would have been more complimentary of Luke Walton, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any sort of way. I would have been more complimentary to him if he made the switch. If he was like, all right, I'm Owen Hart in 1999. Enough is enough, and it's time for a change. Tyrese Haliburton, you're in the starting lineup.
Change.
Tyrese Haliburton, you're in the starting lineup, and in this case, Marvin Bagley, you're out. But again, I'm not going to. We didn't know that Tyrese was going to start. Let's be real. When Marvin Bagley got hurt, we weren't sure. He made the right call. It felt like the obvious call, but we didn't know. He ultimately put Tyrese Haliburton in the starting lineup, and again, you numbers can lie and liars use numbers, or whatever that phrase is. But the fact is, the team is 7-1 since the change.
7-1, and what? It don't matter who's in, who's out. That's all that matters. 7-1, and they got to find a way. I think the fact that they had a 7-8 before, and then follow that up with a 9-game losing streak, I think, and I would hope that would have their antennas on alert more this time around. They're like, all right, we did this before and we completely fell off the map. We can't let this happen again. We got to make sure we stay locked in. It may turn into 7 of 9 or 8 of 11 or whatever the case, but we got to stay locked in, and we can't go on that slide. My partner keeps saying it. if you don't go on a 3-game losing streak,
Mm-hmm.
you'll make at least the play-in game. And I agree with him.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, and I mentioned, that's a good segue here. Because I mentioned there was some bad news coming out of last night's game. It's nothing coming from the Kings, though. The bad news is, and this is the only bad news coming out of the game, and again, it's nothing that the Kings control. Memphis won, Golden State won, and New Orleans won.
Oh,
those,
come on.
yeah, I mean, Kings can't
Manny,
control that.
Manny,
Kings
come
can't
on,
control
man.
that.
Get them Bulls, man.
That wasn't even the Bulls, man. That was Steph.
Steph back.
Steph was
Ike.
Yeah, Steph was he was working his ass off last night, and they were able to get that one from Chicago. But they can't control that. Kings can't control that. Kings can control what they did against San Antonio last night, scoring 132 points, and hopefully they can follow it up again, because as we noted, they've got some difficult matchups coming up. They've got, the Bucks are on the horizon. There's a back-to-back with the Lakers and the Bucks there. They've got, the Jazz, I think, a week from Saturday. They've got some of the top teams in each conference coming up. And one plus is they have their first 2 days off in a row coming up. I think it's next, if it's not next Monday and Tuesday, it's next Tuesday and Wednesday. But it's the first time, I think, in 4 weeks that they'll have 2 days off in a row. And that's coming up next Tuesday and Wednesday.
Tuesday and Wednesday. And then they got the Pistons.
And they got
the crib.
They got the Timberwolves before it. Now I'm not saying, I'm just saying you've got the Timberwolves, then you've got 2 days off, and then you've got Detroit.
I mean, that's gotta be a big time week. That's gotta be a big time week. Look, once again, I'm not afraid to say it, Damian. I'm not afraid to have expectations for what these guys should do.
No, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing
They
wrong
should
with
take care of business
expectations.
tomorrow. We're gonna talk about it more tomorrow, but they should take care of business tomorrow, man. They're better than the Spurs.
And you know what happens, man? We're falling in love again. It's we're falling in love again.
Confessions and falling in love today.
It's happening, and that's okay. Y'all can fall in love, man, and you can fall in love with ESPN 1320. You can fall in love with Dealer with KC. We hope that you do. We hope that you fall in love with twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and with the ESPN 1320 channel over there on YouTube. Go check us out. Don't go anywhere, though. Elite 8 action is coming up next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. You know what it is. It's ESPN 1320.
Holla. So riggedy rap.
Man.
Change your name to Saran because it's a rap.
Ooh, man. You always know when a show is freaking great, and today's show was great.
It was great, man. We had Sacramento popping. I mean, they were thirsty to hear about the Kings. I hadn't heard about them all day. They were thirsty to hear about these Kings.
Dude, you cannot tell me that stuff, man, because I am petty AF. I am petty. Molly, Coach Molly, know what's up. Ooh,
hey, what you know about that, Coach Molly? What you know about that, the very first time that I saw your brown eyes.
See, you're singing an off tone. See, I always like this a cappella version better than the other one. Remember that other one? I always like this one better. I think I'm gonna have to put that in the hotkey bank. That might have to replate this one. This one ain't getting used no more. Like this one's over. Like that one's done. Like we just going and then that. That's a wrap.
You shy if I ever fall in love or pretty brown eyes.
Woo!
It's a tough one.
Nah, no, it's not. No, it's not.
It's not.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Come on, man. First of all, shout out to the homegirl Andy.
Breaking my heart. That's
Andy's watching for the first time.
Andy, appreciate you.
Bruh. Come on. Woo! Come on, man. Come on. That's the whole part right there. Dun, dun. Come on, man. Nah. The answer is definitively pretty brown eyes. Yeah, that is definitively it. If YouTube would let us We just do a versus right here. You pick a song, I pick a song. YouTube won't let us. I think Instagram will let us, but YouTube won't.
For a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
Then Instagram will kick
Instagram
you off.
shuts us down too?
If you popping too hard, they'll kick you off.
How? Damn.
Yeah. I don't know if we'd be popping that hard though.
See,
they would kick us off.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're
See,
right.
Look it. It's unanimous, man. It's straight up unanimous.
You're right. Straight up.
Uh-oh. We'll get that off the screen. Uh-oh. Hate to see it.
I don't know nothing about that, man.
You hate to see it. Uh-oh.
I don't know nothing about that, man. I don't know nothing about that.
Hey, thanks. Thank you, man. Thanks for joining us on Twitch, man. People don't hang out as hard on Twitch.
Yeah, man.
We appreciate it.
I've been over here in Odyssey all day. I don't know, man. I don't know. I've been over here in Odyssey all day. I don't know what's going on anywhere else.
Oh man, hate to see it. Uh-oh. Just hit him with that old line from what's his name? Carl Lewis. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
As the Rockets. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
I'll make up for it.
Hold on. I'm gonna make up for it. Oh man,
so,
isn't that crazy? I bet like the first thing you search, if you search Carl Lewis, I bet the first thing that pops up isn't the fact that he won gold medals
like one of the greatest track and field athletes of all time. It's his national anthem.
Here we go. He should have just said, "I'm the greatest track athlete of all time. I can sing this song how I want to."
Oh man! And then follow that up with his first pitch. You remember that one?
Roddy. Roddy. That is uncalled for.
Oh snap!
Oh, Kenny Boyce after a 4-hour show, no water.
Right, you see, there's water. I should down this right now. But somebody who James. So he brings up the point. You have a very nice Whitney Houston shirt. I'm assuming that's a Dope Ones joint.
Oh yeah.
That's all timer. Somebody brought up the.
This was the shirt. Quick story. 2-second story.
Yeah.
This was the shirt that introduced me to Don. I think I saw it on his Instagram story. And I like looked at it and was like, "Yo, this dude is here. He's Sack." So I bought it, and he hit me on social media after I bought it, and that's how we started our whole relationship.
I like that one though. That's a dope Whitney shirt. And I'm not slandering her. I'm just asking a question. Somebody brought up. I was listening to something, and they said a versus between Whitney and Mariah. And I think I'm in the minority if I think Mariah got her relatively easy.
You're not in the minority if you think it's easy. You're foolish if you think it's easy. But Mariah probably got her.
20 songs, Mariah wins 13-7. I mean, that's not close.
I mean, I don't know.
I think that's
that'd be a good one for man. I wish we could do this without getting thrown off of this platform.
So maybe I'm just a little too young, but I don't like. I can't honestly. I don't think I can name 5 Whitney songs.
Bro, stop it, Kenny. Stop. Cheryl raised you better than that. That's not true.
5 Whitney songs.
You don't know this song? You don't know that song that was number 1 for like.
It's one.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
One.
You know this song?
It's 2. With somebody.
You know this song?
It's 3.
You know this song?
4. And now it gets shaky.
No, you know this song. I'll skip forward a little head.
At least I live
You know that song. Like, come on, man. You're being crazy.
Who's singing better?
Sexual chocolate. Sexual chocolate.
Years in our future. So he's got that.
You know this song.
Everyone falls.
You know this song. No, you're bugging,
6.
man. No, you're
okay. We're at 6. I know more than 5 or 6. Then she had another one a little later.
Dude, there's a million of them. There's this one.
Oh no, there's not a million. See, that's when people get out of control. There's not a million.
This goes head to head with Someday. You don't know this song? I get so emotional.
No, that's not That's not beating Someday. Jazz, are you crazy?
Jazz.
You're crazy. It's not beating
Jazz. Get your man. I know you hear me, Jazz.
Can we get Mariah in there, though? Can we get Mariah?
Well, but you were the one talking about, I know 5 Whitney Houston songs.
I know 6 or 7.
Dude, you know more than 6 or 7. I know you know more than 6 or 7 because Cheryl raised you better. Dude, I just, now you know the songs, but like this is here. Like, okay, it's a monster. We know it's a monster. This is here.
Oh, come on now. Come on now.
Okay. I mean, this has always kind of been my jam right here. I mean, that's there. This would be in the 20s.
Come on now.
This would be in the 20. This would be in the 20. I mean, this is probably Whitney's most popular song. It gets played for 25 straight days.
Oh, you mean Mariah?
Yeah, Mariah. Sorry.
Yeah, it's one of the best songs ever.
I think Whitney wins. Whitney wins. Whitney wins in the verses. Whitney wins in the verses.
I think Mariah got that.
When we throw our first COVID party, which I'm planning for the summer, we'll do a live verses.
Now.
We'll do a live verses in front of people and pick a winner. Whitney versus Mariah.
I'm with it. Well, Mariah, not my girl Mariah. My girl Mimi.
Will needs to put together a Whitney versus Mariah stats spreadsheet. Dude, you know what? It's funny, Kyle. I think it's mine too. I think Emotions is one of my favorite songs.
The 3,500. Come on, man. Let's relax. She as she got older, it kind of struggled a little bit. But did you guys hear? She just did what's the song? Always Be My Baby? Is it? No, it's not Always Be My Baby. It's the second song you played. I only think of you and it's killing my heart. We belong together.
Yeah.
She like a month ago, she did a rendition of that live, like in somebody's living room. Murdered it.
Live? Or like really live?
I mean, okay, maybe not live, but it was in somebody's living room. It wasn't in the studio. Murdered it.
Who could we
talking about my girl Mariah? You didn't even put Honey in there.
See, I feel like that would get beat by a Whitney Houston song. Like
Fantasy remix.
Ooh, yeah. Who could we put this girl against? Bruh. Like I did not give her the proper love during an initial conversation. Like she is.
Yeah. She's an icon.
She is bad. Like, she's an icon. My goodness.
She's an icon. The Navy, the Rihanna Navy. I mean, I don't think anybody's touching
go with B. I was gonna say she could probably go. I don't know that she'd win, but she could go.
Be too much, man. I don't know if anybody getting with B. Throwing the Destiny Child stuff too.
Yeah,
I don't know if anybody getting with B.
That's tough. Yeah,
the other tough. Queen B.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but my girl tough. Rihanna, I love Rihanna though.
Yeah, she is bad.
Love Rihanna.
Yeah, you start throwing in Destiny's Child, man. That's tough.
Destiny's
like,
Child.
These are such monster hits, man. These are just monster records. Monster records. Dude, this is still one of my favorite songs.
The club is full of ballers in their pockets.
Man.
And then I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell everybody. Look, I'm secure with who I am. I know who I am. I love Beyonce. All right, I love Beyonce. They had a Peloton Beyonce class. Don't
Jazz.
She knows. She knows.
Get your man right here. He talking crazy. Get this dude right here. Ooh.
Yeah. Janet got it. Janet got it. Janet beats Mariah and Whitney. I think that's the verses right there. That's the only comp. Janet and Beyonce.
Okay, I think Janet wins.
She might.
Janet.
I don't know though, because like I said,
see,
you start
I'd be
going
biased,
Destiny's
though.
Child there.
I'd be biased. I'd be biased.
She got about you might be able to do a verses with Destiny's Child. No cap. No cap. I did do the Beyonce. I saw they had the class. I said, "Oh, I
wouldn't be mad at that.
Check this out."
It was funny, man. Like I set up the bump box in the workout room, and I made some changes to the workout room. So like I didn't really have a good, like I did all of the moving on Saturday, so I didn't do the workout Saturday because it just beat the crap out of me moving all that stuff around. So Sunday, I was like, yo, what am I going to listen to here? I get this workout in. I was like, yo, it's a Biggie bump box. Only thing I can listen to is Biggie. So, bro, that bump box, oh my God. That bump box is everything.
You listen to this? You know what's going on with this? Although I probably shouldn't say anything because I've got plans going on at the house that
you out there soliciting for basketball courts and
yeah.
What's up, girl? He stood me up again.
Yeah, there's some too much talking. Janet beats everybody. Male, the only one who the only one who doesn't beat Janet is Michael. Man, these are just all smashes.
What y'all young bucks know about
these are just all massive ass hits. Like it's just not even close. Yeah,
we didn't even get into when Janet was on Rolling Stone. That era, Janet. Anytime, any place, Janet. Anytime, any place, Janet.
Yeah, this was on every.
Sounds a pleasure.
It was on every volume. It was the last song on every volume. I mean, jazz.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say that. I didn't forget I mentioned the bump box. Forget I mentioned it. Yeah, because there's a lot going on here.
When's your birthday?
There's a lot going on.
When's your birthday?
July 22nd. Game 7 of the NBA Finals is that day.
When's Jazz's birthday?
February 12th. She's an Aquarius. I'm a Cancer.
Which one were you looking at? The Snoop one? Were you looking at the Snoop one?
No, I was going to go Biggie. You got white, right? I was going to go with black. Yeah. Janet. I mean, like I said, anytime, any place, Janet. And then I get so lonely, Janet. I mean, she's had some other careers.
That's real talk right there. That Rhythm Nation can just destroy an entire artist. Rhythm
Nation is crazy, but I'll tell you this.
Shout out to my man Derek Allen, by the way, DOA super producer who was on the bass for Black Cat.
Whew. Okay.
Sacramento. Yes, okay. Yes, yeah. Super producer DOA. I see you. It's my man.
If the Kings had a game 7 on my birthday, I probably would be passed out before the game started. I would be so nervous.
Yeah. Lots of McQueen being poured on Casey's birthday.
Yeah. Now when we have these summer block parties here, D-Lo and Casey summer block parties. Yeah, we gonna,
it's happening.
Yeah, we getting
the first time we get to do all of this stuff we do, like with you, like actually out with you. Oh my gosh, man.
So the funny thing is, no, don't get me started on the queen of hip hop and R&B soul. Do not even get me started. Don't get me started. That's my girl right there. That's my girl, Mary J. Have you taken the time to see what I see? Have you looked into my life? Come on, man. That's my girl right there, Mary J. You brought up Whitney on Waiting to Excel. No, I'm not going to cry on Waiting to Excel.
Okay. That's where I mean, Mary J didn't star in Waiting to Exhale, but I mean, that's fine. She did good. She stars in Power, though.
Yes, Monet. Shout out Monet. Mary would get Whitney.
Get it. Okay. Now you're gonna make
Mary
me.
will get Whitney.
Now you're gonna make me hit in broadcast. Knock it off.
Mary got
No,
Whitney.
she's not.
Mary
No,
got
she's
Whitney.
not. No, she does not. She does
Mary
not.
got Whitney.
Kenny, she does not.
Mary got
She
Whitney.
does
Mary,
not.
Mary up there on that Beyonce level.
That is the craziest
That
thing you've
Beyonce
ever
Janet
said.
level.
That is the craziest thing you've ever said.
Yeah, Mary on that Beyonce Janet level. She got Whitney.
I mean, it's.
Sorry, Whitney.
I mean, it's good.
Oh, hateration.
It's good.
Come on now.
I mean, this was always my
Now I'm a
favorite.
sport.
This was
Come on.
always one of my. Woo! Can't let that go
Come
too
on,
long. Get in
man.
trouble there from you.
Come
too.
on, man.
Yeah, no, it's good, but I'm not giving you Whitney. She can get Mariah though.
I miss Whitney. Oh. Oh. Come on now. Come on now.
Oh man,
She'll throw a little all I need in there too. Oh, she'll throw that in there.
Oh
live
man,
your life,
these were
girl. Live your life,
smashes.
girl.
Yeah, these were smashes.
Oh, it's just some rainy
those
days.
rainy
It's just some rainy days.
You have to pretend like Ja Rule isn't a total tool when you listen to this song. Yeah, you forget for a second that Ja Rule was actually really good at what he did for a little while.
We may have a versus at the crib tonight. we may have a Damien, we may have a versus at the crib here. She done brought out Nippy. She didn't use the name Nippy.
Nippy. Okay.
That's what they call Whitney. Yeah.
Okay.
She don't play, but yeah, it's Mary. Mary got her. Mary got her.
Get him, Jess. Like, don't let him get away with that stuff.
You're right. Mary can get Mariah too. Mary's up there on that Beyonce Janet level. That's where
Mary
she at.
can't get Mariah. I don't think she can get Whitney.
No, we talking Mary, Beyonce, Janet. That's just a different class.
Could Michael get Prince?
I may be biased there. I mean, I was a Mike guy. I mean, I love Prince. But I was more familiar with Mike early on.
Might just have to call it tie.
Yeah.
I don't even know what we get.
That's a celebration. That's a celebration.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration, bitches. Charlie Murphy. Charlie Murphy.
Wait a minute. What? And I love Jasmine Sullivan.
Okay.
What?
All right. Melvin.
What?
Melvin. Stop it.
I love her.
I can't believe how many people are still watching us do this. Like this is that's as we just call it a tie.
It is a draw. It is a celebration. It's a celebration.
That's true. That's true. He can't do it. He can't dance like Mike. He can move, but he can't dance like Mike.
Is Prince, Ric Flair, and Mike is Hulk Hogan?
Yeah, because you learn stuff later about that you hate about him. That fits perfectly. Yep. Yeah. No, I think I think that actually lines up perfectly because, like Ric Flair, I appreciated Prince more when I got older. I loved Prince going up, but I appreciated him a lot more when I got older, knowing about his fight against the record company and all of that different stuff. But okay. I think Jeff just told us to shut up. I'm pretty sure that's. I'm pretty sure Brian said the same thing. Okay, guys, we'll leave.
Before we go, though, come on now. I don't know if anybody in R&B is seeing him. The only person that could see this man, maybe Chris Breezy, and the guy we don't mention anymore.
Yeah, we don't mention him anymore.
Won't have that versus.
So on that note.
In public,
it'll be another private one. We won't tell anyone. We'll just. Of course, we canceled R. Kelly. What are you talking about? I haven't listened to Honey Love in years.
Yeah, Breezy might be able to get. I had to come around on Breezy. It took me a while, but that's my guy now. It's my guy, Breezy.
All right, let's. Where you guys go watch. Listen to college basketball, and I'll find out how many copyright laws we violated with YouTube today.
Go Blue. We're going to the
Final Four
today.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Final Four today.
Go Blue, baby. And go Cardinal. Go Cardinal. Go
yes,
Gamecocks.
Indeed.
South Carolina and Stanford. That's what I'm rooting for on that end.
They handle the business right now.
Okay. Yep, that's started. Okay, bye, everybody.